Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Wednesday, September the 16th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? Yeah, just checking. I had no chart delays, so must have been on your end. All right, guys, let's take a look at what's happening this morning. ARWR, huge gap up for this one, ARWR. Positive phase 2 results, massive gap, 18%, $6, good volume. ARWR still has room to run if it wants to, but there's that 200-day moving average, 42.18, so it's a little bit, or 42.31, so it's a couple of dollars away from that. INO. Don't see any specific news on it, but of course the virus play gaining traction again. Had a great day yesterday. Looks like a bit of a continuation today. Well, not looks like, it is a continuation. Big volume for it. Kodak. This is to me, it's a very funny press release. So the Kodak's lawyers say that, hey, we didn't do anything wrong. So anyway, KODK. Didn't seem to be too independent to me when I read this. I may be wrong, but at any rate, Kodak has popped a lot, 50%. ADT continues down. I don't know if there's any specific news on it. They announced a quarterly dividend. And again, this is just from this day here. We're just absolutely, or this week here, this day right there, we're just absolutely cracked. MYO. News after hours yesterday. It's fading a bit now. Still up 38%. I think that's in your healthcare system. Medicare provider status it was granted. Copin, C-O-P-N. And their press release says they received a $23 million order. So, I mean, this is a great looking gap, of course. Not a low float, 70 million in the float. So we'll have to see what happens once this market opens. I wonder how many people confuse this one. TLSA. So their news is that they've spun off a part of their company or an asset. They're going to create a new publicly trading company with it. So that is the news for TLSA. Low float, 14 million in the float. Nice big gap up for earnings play FedEx. I know somebody was asking me would I hold this over. I said no, and I still wouldn't. I mean, obviously, if I knew ahead of time it was going to go up $18, of course. But anyway, there's FedEx. Lifetime, looks like this is a lifetime high. No, I'm wrong. Sorry. Over here is a lifetime highs. 274, but it's getting closer. AMCX. Don't see any specific reason. They had the gap or the pop up after hours yesterday, and it's holding AMCX. It has room. Let's see. The next level is around 25.34, so it's about $1 away from meeting a lot of resistance. AMCX. New CEO. Is that what it is? Okay. I don't see that news. CPRI, Capri. Another one I don't see any specific news on it. It's had a great one, about 5-6 days. It was $16 back on the 20th. How about the 8th? So I don't see any specific news. There's the 200-day, so it is through the 200-day again. It tried yesterday, and it didn't quite make it, but it is making it now. There's the 200-day moving average, 21.29 for CPRI. Now, we've seen this press release before, I am sure, so take it with a grain of salt. OSN, another non-binding offer to buy the company, I think at $5. This is a China company. I think it's a China company, make sure. Yeah, China company, OSN. So that's why they have this big gap up. It's doing really well. It's SGMS off that $28, 35% stake taken a couple of days ago right here. Doing very well. And I do have Plin marked down. It's still under $1, I believe. PLIN, another China company. All right, so their big deal is they've started online marketing. Okay, so that's their big deal. Online marketing. Low float, 12 million in the float. Good volume. Well, we're watching it. I mean, we know the news, MIO. Say it after hours, release that news, got up to $7. Fading pretty strongly here, almost a $2 fade from the after hours highs. All right, let me do a quick check to see what's happening with the upgrades and downgrades this morning. See if the trend continues, a lot more upgrades and downgrades. And the answer is yes. These analysts. Hey, Locutus, I don't know if you're in the room. Siri with an upgrade. Just looking to see if there are any multiple upgrades. I do not see any multiple upgrades. Home builders are getting a couple upgrades. Len and KBH. All right, there are some of the upgrades from briefing.com, and I'll get the downgrades in now. As I say, not as many downgrades. It's about 4 days in a row. Okay, I see some, wow, actually interesting. Roth Capital downgrading 3 of the casinos. LVS, MGM, and Wynn. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades this morning for briefing.com. Yeah, right. Still has that massive float. 1 billion in the float for Siri. Pre-built windows, I'm just answering somebody from the YouTube feed. Well, they're very, very easy to make. I mean, a new daily high, gappers under 50 million, gappers above 50 million. I mean, I don't know if there's anything pre-built, but if you have trade ideas, I mean, that is very simple to, very, very simple to do. I mean, you could literally take my basic new highs and lows and then just add a float. Just add a float to it. You know, I mean, I've got my basic new highs. Depends, add a gap to it. Depends on what the gap, what sort of gap do you want. But it's pretty simple. I mean, it's pretty simple to build. Now, let me just, what time is it? 9:16. So if you're watching, I mean, all you have to do, you know, first of all, is do a search and type in gap. So here's your gap. So you can add the filter, and then you can add, if you want it in dollars or a dollar amount or a percent amount. So again, are you talking about the first print of the day being a gap? Okay, so I mean, if that's what you're talking about, then you just, you know, establish what the gap is. And then secondly, just add float. Just type in float. Oops, if you type it in correctly, it'll work. So here's your float. Okay, and then add the filter, and now you've got, now you say you want less than 50 million. So just put a max of 50 million for one. You're gonna have to have two of them, of course. And then the next one, just put greater than 50 million. And it's not 50M, you'd have to literally have to type it all in. And that's it. And then, and so those are your two filters that you'd use. So so you have your float and your gap. If that's what you're talking about, the gap, the first print of the day. And then after that, select the alerts, a new high. So that's pretty simple. Do you get that? Okay, good. Let me know later if it didn't work for you. I'll help you again. I'm just trying to get set for the open. Okay, so this is what I use. You can, I mean, I'm sharing a lot of things, okay? So this is what I use for my gap up and down. The only thing I haven't got here is a float, okay? When you logged into the YouTube room, I'm sharing gap up and gap down, all right? Now you might not want the gap down, but I'm sharing it. It's one of the links. So all you'd have to do is just add the float. Now, you know, these are the filters that I'm using. You don't have to use the same ones, but these are the filters that I'm using. But then all you have to do is add the float. If you want to, okay? Yeah, that ARWR definitely looks like it's, I think it was getting relatively close to the 200-day moving average. Yeah, 42.31, relatively close. Don't think I saw Vico. Let me see Vico. Ah, that's why I didn't see it. It's not making, it's only 12,000 shares, so it's not making the cut of the thing, but it's getting very close to that 200-day moving average. So yeah, that could be a good one, real for sure. I didn't think it was an independent. The way I looked at it, it said they're lawyers, but I may be wrong. Oh, you know what? I read this wrong. I read this incorrectly. So I don't know what law firm. I'm sorry. I glanced at this very correctly, and I thought it meant Kodak's law firm. Says no laws broken. Okay, so well, hey, but it looks like they did hire their own firm. Anyway, we'll see what happens. I mean, it's up 50%. Yeah, if this stock STM, so it's possible that it. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. We only go back to 2009. It's possible it was a lot higher earlier. I don't know for STM. I don't know if they changed symbols. So I don't have an explanation for that. I know I see that every now and then too. So, I mean, maybe you have to go back before 2009. Well, no. I mean, that's just where our charts. No, not all, oh, you mean for our charts? I don't know if that's, I can't, I'm not going to say for all charts, but certainly for this chart, 2000, it went back to 2009. I didn't see any. I didn't see that. Oh, is this the one with the new chairman of the board, AMCX? Because I was looking. I think somebody mentioned that that's the news on this one. Still don't see that news. Let's see. Charles F. Dolan. Okay, there it is. It was at the bottom of the news. The lines. It was at the right at the bottom. I didn't see it. So I'm not sure why that's such big news. Stepping down as executive chairman. I guess maybe they didn't like him. Yeah, usually when you become the chairman emeritus, it's sort of you're kicked out to the old pasture. There you go. Thank you. There you go. See, I knew somebody would find that. So STM 373. Yeah, so so what Real is talking about too, I mean, look at the short float for this. So it's a relatively low float, 38 million, certainly not excessive. 35% of that float is short. So these shorts are, not to use the very technical term, they are gagging right now. Kangaroo 11, good morning to you. I want to call you a kangaroo. ADT continues down here. Look at this. I mean, way under now. Now, they mentioned something about announces a quarterly dividend, 4 cents, whoop you do. So, yeah, there it is. You're right. There's a public offering. I'm just seeing that now, 907. At 43 million shares. Wow. It's a lot of shares, 43 million. Yeah. I mean that is. I mean, we just go back to. I mean, we cut it off. I mean, again, as I've always said, we're not a full blown charting program, but you know, to go back to 2009, that's 11 years ago. So, but yeah, that's why sometimes you'll see a very strange position in lifetime range when you've got to go way back to see where it was. Sort of remember Cool Brands, sort of. So I don't know if you guys get the Citron emails last night, the big teaser that they do now. It's either Citron or Street Sweeper, I can't remember which one. The biggest fraud in history we're going to unveil. ADT, boy, this is just getting crushed now. Look at this. I mean, that's the gap. I mean, now the next level is maybe $8. Now, I mentioned yesterday that I might be taking this iPod, and I really considered it on that move there. But I decided to back off. I wanted it closer to 18, and I think it closed around 1750. Got up to 1807. But I'm going to keep watching it. I want to see if I mean, it's down, and I actually see some law firm is investigating them. But regardless, I want to see if it gets back over 17 later on for IPOB, IPOB. Well, I saw it moving down this morning, VXRT. That's about the extent of watching it. Had a big down day yesterday. All right, give me a moment, please. Oops, hit my mic off. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. Less than a minute to the open. SGMS is still strong. SGMS. Yeah, the big IPO of Snow. They talk about now it's supposed to open around 110, 120. Still interested in that step. See where it comes in at. Because it still has Goldman Sachs and a few other big names behind it. No, I did not end up with a short on Zyop. No. All right, let me get rid of these two. Oh, I should have. If you want to watch my watch list up and down, sorry about that. Click on new channel bar and my watch list, Barry's watch list. Okay, my watch list up and down. Remember, everything here is a layout. So before you do that, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. You only have one layout loaded at a time. Nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. And typically I do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I let things settle down a little bit, see if get a better sense of direction. All right, well, KODK, look at the volume coming into KODK. Big volume. All right, well, popping now through $10, KODK. And in a big way now, popping through $10. All right, Eno, another one that is big in the pre-market. Actually, it's not at the pre-market highs, 1552. And guess what? Kodak is now halted. KODK. So if you're in that one, usually the first halt is okay. Well, we got some real rockets right now. I know is rocketing. After hours high was 1584 or so. Yeah, look at Tapestry TPR on that upgrade. See, Tapestry had an upgrade this morning. Now coming right into that 200-day moving average, 1840. And of course, there's the SPACs are just, they're wild intraday, guys. DPHC, so look at this move for DPHC. Did you get in before that pop, Zach? That would have been a little scary if you didn't. Let's see, Kodak. Interesting, I don't even see anything. Okay, 1070, 1090. So nothing really shaking. It's hard, again, this is no guarantees, of course, but that's what it says, 1070, 1090 for Kodak. Wow, look at SGMS just ripping here. Well off that $28, 35% stake that the funds were taking. All right, MGM on the downgrade. Look at, well, okay. So Roth had the downgrades for MGM, LVS, and Win. Boy, Tapestry right at that 200-day moving average, 1840. Well, it's starting to go through that 200-day, 1840, 1847 now. Yeah, and this still has room. I mean, look at the room it's got on that monthly chart for TPR. Yeah, no fade yet. So I see you got out of it. I'm glad. Boy, no fade yet. And it's you're right, ARWR, and it is so far. It was briefly through it. It is pulled back down below it now. The 200-day moving average for ARWR. So a lot of volume coming in. Beautiful break and consolidation. Anybody watching RETO? Let's see. Ah, Well, there's a 200-day, so it's fairly close. Low float situation. Didn't really see it at all in the to build industrial park. That is the okay KODK. All right, well you're safe. KODK is opened, so it did not drop. And just popping again. Easily see a could easily see another halt in this one. Boy, SGMS very strong. You're right, and it is an early AI alert. Very strong. So let's take a look at this on that monthly chart. 31. I mean, it's got tons of room still on that monthly chart. Look how much room it's got. Apps on the move. APPS all-time high. APPS all-time high. Look at that nice move yesterday, and now it just broke over there. There was the all-time high. Now it's new all-time high now for apps. APPS. Play on the way down. Go on the way up. Oh, there's action look at this go. Boy, if this takes out, let's see, it has a ways to go, but this was flying for a few days back here. Kind of been resting. All right, well, we see the trends here, guys. So, these are, of course, Play and MGM and CNK. These are areas where people congregate. So they are being hit hard right now. Man, yeah, look, AXTI. So what do we have here? Looking left on that weekly, 621 is the next high looking left. You can, wow, I mean, if it takes that out, it's got some room. AXTI, relatively low float, 38 million in the float. So the next high looking left on the daily chart for ARWR is 43.83, and it looks like it got to 43.89. That's just the one day, of course. Takes that out, it has a shot to get to the 46. I mean, it's already up 28%. Not a huge float, but 93 million. Cars, nice little pop for cars here. CARS, cars. Forgot to mention, GM also had a pop this morning, and now it's starting to drop a bit. Basically, from what I can gather, they're going to build their own electric vehicle drive systems. They're going to try to take on Tesla. I don't know how that affects Nikola. But I do see NKLA is starting to move a bit. Still negative, but it is starting to pop a bit here. All right, now this could easily stall here. AXTI, there's the high looking left, 621. Just kind of watching this one to see if it gets back underneath 6. Meanwhile, go. All right, Michael's company, MIK on the way down, and man, there's really not a lot of support for this one. You know, and that's sort of not, well, it's not really a green bar ignored, but MIK weak. Wow, so GoGo now is at the high of last week, 1037, basically right at the high of last week. 1068 is the high the week before. Dada, DADA. Wow, look at this run it's had. Haven't really seen this one at all. What a run, Dada. Went from 22 to almost 30 in what, 5 days? Okay, it's a China stock. Give me a moment here. I'm getting an alert. Okay, that's where it's coming from. So Axel, wow, Axel, through the 200-day moving average also. AXL through the 200-day moving average, straight down. See if this kind of holds it or 7 holds it. Looks like there's pretty good support around that 7 level for AXL. Dave and Buster's play continues down here. Play. The next high or low looking left is 1768. Okay, so here, didn't even notice this. So here are a couple of alerts showing up here from my watch list. $23.74 is the next high looking left on the monthly chart for CPRI. Well, AXL guys, I don't know. I mean, it's down now through the 200-day moving average. I mean, you look down here, maybe 690 to 7 holds it. All right, so far so good. 24.57, 24.78 on the AMCX. Again, there's probably some resistance not that far away. Yeah, I mean, if that 7 holds for AXL, I mean, it's down through the 200-day. The only problem is, I mean, if it bounces, would it bounce into it and rebound back down? That's a big move, for a stock that has 1.5 billion in the float. FCX Freeport, nice break on the daily. It's had a nice little run. Yeah, you're looking here on the 5-minute chart. Yeah, it is. Trigger would have been the high 987, so it's basically right there, PCG. Boy, this is getting closer and closer to this little area here around 46 for ARWR. But you're long now, right? I'm talking to Zach in terms of ARWR. I know you were short, I'm assuming, and then I guess you reversed. Any news on AXL specific to it? I don't see any news. AXL. Yeah, you would think it's coming into, I mean, right there, it looks like a lot of resistance for AMCX. Well, a moment of truth, guys. I mean, AXL. I mean, will 7 hold, or this area hold right here? Only thing, again, as I mentioned, you might get a bounce, but what if it bounces into the 200-day and bounces right back down? Oh, this is an interesting one, guys. NK. Take a look at NK. The high yesterday was 829. The high the day before that was 827. We're at 825 right now. If it can get through here, I'm going to stick an alert right around, let's say 833 or so. If it can get through 833, then you look left on that daily chart, it has room to around that 9 level. Again, when I say that, I'm not saying it's going to get there. I'm just looking at the daily chart and trying to look for areas of potential resistance. So that's why I've set my alert for around 8:30 or so for NK. All right, so KOPN, so kind of an eye-catching press release, $23 million order. Okay, that's all I saw. I don't know what the order's for. I don't know if it's spread over 1,000 years. I just saw a $23 million order. So, I mean, on the daily chart, 164, it got up to 164. Pre-market, it got up to 180, and you would think that that is the area where it could stall anyway. It just means that up to that point of the day, for Mayo, 267, I mean, it's obviously huge. On average, what at saying 10 o'clock, 9:56, it is trading about 260 times, 67 times normal. I mean, that's you're going to get some things at the beginning of the day that get very skewed. But you can see why. I mean, look at the daily volume here compared to all the rest of them. So no, that is not 200%. That's 267 times normal. 3 would be good. I mean, you know, that means 3 times. I mean, look, the Mayo is extraordinary, of course, but, you know, I think I put 3 here. But you have to experiment, you know. I mean, if you put 3, somebody's asking what is a good relative volume for any stock. What do you think? I mean, if a stock was trading 3 times normal, would you think that's good? Okay, that was a very short-lived bounce, guys. That AXL is still weak. There's that 689. Maybe that'll hold it. My basic new highs and lows, as an example, I have a minimum relative volume of 3. Keep an eye on AVTR as a potential fade. AVTR. Looks like it's coming into some resistance right around here, 2260. Okay, guys. Okay, that NK now is above the highs that I was talking about, right here. So this has a shot, you know, to that 9 level. Good volume came in. AXL continues down. All right, guys, moment of truth here for AVTR. Will it get stalled right here? Well, it may not. Let's see. There's the life to 2295 is there's the lifetime high, 2295. So it's almost right there. Will that stall it? That high right there, 2295, 2288 right here. A lot of volume came in. Is NK halted? I don't think so. I don't see a halt for it. NK, I don't see a halt for it. Nope. Well, that one, look at this AVTR. So it is a lifetime high right now. Nice little bottoming tails the last 2 days. The seller, oh, sorry, that's on the monthly chart. They're very choppy on the daily chart, but well, here's the area. I mean, you would think maybe this area will hold AXL, but so far, that was not really a bounce off 7 at all. Yeah, this one is, as they say, it's going to be huge for snow. All right, this one. Wow, look at this one. After 2 great days, the last 2 days, giving it all up. FRTA for Terra. An offering, thank you. What price? Well, it hasn't opened yet. It has not opened yet, Torps. It's an IPO today, hasn't opened. Okay, watching AVTR, see if it struggles a little bit more to get through 23. If it moves back down into the 80s, I'll probably take that short for a while anyway. Maybe, and that's the AVTR. Yeah, well, IB is ready. It recognizes it. Obviously, it just hasn't traded yet. SNOW. Well, you can't dispute the fact that this NKLA is now gone positive, and it is having a nice little rebound here. AVTR still struggling to get through that whole number. Boom! There goes NK, guys. Saying just had to really take out these two highs right here. And there it went. Now, I was saying maybe some resistance around 9. Oh man. All right, is IPOB shaking off the cobwebs here a little bit? The high was 6. I'm going to stick an alert right here around 1660 for IPOB. Okay, we got a couple of topping tails now for AVTR, but it's still relatively strong. AVTR. Keep thinking this is going to be a good short at some point. Big float, $500 million in the float. How is Kodak doing right now? 11.48, back down to 10 basically, so $1.50. You cannot see charts, okay, Billy? Let me just give you the script that I give out to my fellow Canadians. This is sort of a blanket statement that so Bill, I'm going to put it in the tech support area, okay? Okay, Billy, I put it right here, tech support. Wow, look at the room AVEO has. Look at the daily chart. Look at that weekly chart. AVEO, relatively low float, 21 million in the float. It's not open yet though, is it? No. All right, guys, IPOB getting a little bit of traction here. Some volume coming in. Good volume today. Still down for the day. There it goes. Meanwhile, Eno, yeah, that AVTR still looks pretty strong. It has not wanted to give up 23 easily. That's not shortable for me. INO is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Well, I was looking at it as a short. Yes, I keep thinking that it's you know, if it can take out 23 again, it's an all-time high. I mean, it's strong. Oh man, NK guys, this is getting really exciting if it gets close to 9. We're getting some topping tails here in the 5-minute chart, a couple on the 15, so this could be, you know, very close to being over. Well, I mean, what I was, at one point it was very close to the channel, the top of the channel, okay? It's not now. And I was looking at that and I was thinking, okay, maybe that high of the day would, or the all-time high would stall it, whole number, but it's strong now. I mean, at this point, this is not something, you know, I mean, eventually it may turn into a short, but not for the reasons that I thought originally. I thought maybe it would stall at 23 and that high right there, 22.95. It just didn't do that. I mean, it still might. I mean, I'm looking, well, just look at these topping tails now. I mean, it still might. Topping tails right there, but no, it's not a channel within Trade Ideas. It's just another charting program that I'm using. If you have interactive brokers, you can also load it from there. You know, it's a linear regression. Oh man, remember this one from yesterday? TCS was a monster for us yesterday before it sold off. TCS. Almost, almost a red bar ignored for TGH. And this has some room. Let's see in the monthly chart. Wow, this has decent room on the monthly. Yeah, this had no bounce in it. AXL had no bounce in it. Now it's below these so-called support areas. No bounce whatsoever. So we're going to keep an eye on IPOB if it takes out that 1650. You know, just maybe this is a pause and a nice little run. Maybe it's a pause. See if we can get people interested in it again. Remember, it hit $18 yesterday on that news. Tapestry continues its move. Had an upgrade this morning. Who upgraded it? Let me do a quick check to see who actually upgraded Tapestry, TPR. And the answer is Deutsche Bank upgrade for Tapestry. Okay, so let's take a look at some of these alerts early on. 22.98 for the Capri, 22.98. What did it do after that? A little pop, but then it dropped, so no real harm there. 24.57, wow, 25.18 now for AMCX. I mean, there looks like there should be some resistance here on that weekly chart. Not that far away. This probably, I don't think did very much. Yeah, not much. TCS 587. What did it get to? 619 before it pulled back. I know 1557 still looking pretty good. 1585. GIII 1507. 1520 still looking pretty good. TGH it's basically at the alert. TLSA 390. It could be interesting. There's some volume that is coming in. Some volume coming into TLSA. What was that news again for it? Yeah, spin-off of an asset, creating a new company, new public company. That was the news for TLSA. RDHL, 1132, still at that level. So far pretty good for the watch list. Especially the ENO now. The ENO is just, yeah, some good rippage, 1557, 1604 now. Again, if you want to follow my watch list all day long, click on new, channel bar, and my watch list, Barry's watch list. Excuse me, remember everything here is a layout, so before you do that, before you click on anything, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. Ha! 190. Hilarious. Yeah, good volume. I mean, the volume really hasn't let up. Look at that 15 minute. I mean, obviously, the first 15-minute candle, but it really hasn't let up. Well, we really have some runner. I haven't even looked what the market's doing, so the market's a little bit up. Tech is just basically flat, only up 8. Well, here's another one. UPWK, choppy looking daily, but UPWK on the move. Boy, what rippage on this one. I mean, the short sellers have been all over this one, slamming this company, INO. Got killed right here this week, but all right, what are the, let's see, looking left on this monthly chart, I have to go back to 2 years ago, a little over 2 years ago. There's the high, 1149, a couple of years ago. Well, we really have some runners this morning. Look at Halliburton even, HAL, look at that 5-minute chart, straight up. Big float, 870 million in the float. And again, FMCI doing its thing. Up, down, up, down, up, down. Look at this. Look at this on that daily chart. So trying to figure out exactly if it's going to really break out or is this it. How's Fossil doing? FOSL. This is one that, wow. Another nice move for Fossil, FOSL. This one I talking about as a potential swing back in this area. Yeah, I would forget about it, Cosman. Yeah, we've seen that one many times. It's a stupid one. You can't trade it. Look at the spread. 2020 right now. Yeah, it's just a crazy one. You know, guys, I mean, this TCS still has room. I mean, it's had a tremendous, look at this, 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the 5th day up. Had a sell-off, a little bit of a sell-off. But it's just completely and utterly resumed. Actually, I saw some downgrades for, I think it was Lennar and KBH this morning. Or maybe they were upgrades. Excuse me, they were upgrades? Yeah, they were upgrades. RBC, upgrading Lennar, Evercore, and KBH. Guys, if you have the AI, you know the one that I was really eyeing. That's the cheap one. And there it goes. I can talk about it now because it has exploded off the alert. 517 was the alert, 543. So, you know, I don't display the AIs until, you know, maybe way after the fact. Not fair for those of you who pay for the premium service. So this is a nice explosion. There's 5.5% from the alert. Plenty of time to get in it. Plenty of time to get out. And it is now 10:30, so this is what I do at 10:30. Welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, this is the format, Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen. I am live on the mic. If you have trade ideas, I am sharing a lot of scans. Scans right there. If you click on the scans tab in the room, if you're following me in the YouTube feed, you'll see all the links. When you signed in, you should see a lot of links. Those are all the scans. You can pick and choose which ones you might want to take a look at. You can also access from the Room Drive icon. Click on that Room Drive icon. Scans that I share, download. That'll take you to a Word document. You can take a look at the scans at your leisure. You see something you might want to take a look at, all you have to do is copy the link. And then File, Load from Cloud. The link will show up here and then load it. Remember, if you like it, save it to the cloud. Sorry, also the other links that I'm going to talk about, you can download them. A lot of training links. I'm now going to talk about a subscription to Trade Ideas. Give me a moment here. I've lost the trading room. Just a second. Where are you guys? There you. Oh, you were here. Ah. All right. Sorry, guys. Give me a moment as I have to just not reload, but just get my windows back up. Okay, so I just want to, what I was trying to do is put this link in the room. There's no set time for the 2-week trial, okay? It'll probably not be in October. Hopefully sometime before the end of the year, but I don't know. There's no time yet set. Give me a second here as what was this one? Okay. All right, okay, so a subscription to Trade Ideas. There is the promo code Barry for Alpha for 15% off, 15 first month only, or the entire year. If you click on my homepage link, you'll be brought to, there is the link to get Trade Ideas. There is the promo code again. Get Trade Ideas. We have 4 plans. Forget the demo. Premium annual, $22.68 a year minus the 15%, or the standard, $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference, if you're getting premium, is because you want to have access to our AI, which I'm going to go over. You don't have to take out an annual plan. You can always start off with a monthly plan. Standard, $115 less the 15%, sorry, $118 less the 15%. Or the premium, $228 less the 15%. If you decide to upgrade from, say, monthly to annual, or from standard to premium, we'll honor the 15% promo code. Other links, when you click on my homepage link, get the trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a daily recap at about 1:05, what's happened in the room up to that point. Lot of free stuff here for training and introduction to trade ideas. I want to put that one link. I think it's a really good link, the 20 short lessons. So when you click on that link, 20 lessons in 20 days, the daily support from 12 to 1 in our YouTube feed, and the daily webinars that you can sign up for. Today is the one that I attend, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. Today's is the Q&A with Dan and Brad, co-founders of Trade Ideas. And a lot of educational videos here. So that link, this link right here, and this one, redundancy. This one has a lot of good stuff in terms of training. I do want to put in the 20, I want to put that link separately because I think it's a really good link if you're just starting out. All right, well, unfortunately, I've been talking, I kind of missed this. Now it's a great short for AVTR up here. But I do want to put in the 20 short lessons. So when you click on that link, the 20 short lessons, track your favorite stocks, what's the top list, build a top list, on and on. They're very short. It's not video, it's all text-based. If you don't have trade ideas, you can click on this and you can just sort of see the basic features that we have. Okay, now I do want to talk about the AI. So this is what happens. So we have what we call 50 baseline strategies. AI waits for the market to close every day and then runs through an optimization routine procedure on the 50 baseline strategies. That is what happened last night once the market closed. These are the strategies that made the cut. Making the cut, meaning they had the right profit factor and win percentage combination. Okay? How I would watch the AI all day long is I would click from the toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Holly strategy trades window, the trades window. When you do that, this is the window that will show up. You'll have an entry price, you'll have a stop. You can manage the trades as you see fit. You'll see all the alerts in that window. You can also take that window and you can incorporate it as part of your layout. Okay, so if you have a layout, you can add that window to it and then just save your layout with that window included, so you don't have to do it every morning. If you load trade ideas before the market opens, the AI window will be blank. You will not get any alerts until at least 9:35. Boy, Axel, just a disaster. No bounce at all for Axel yet. So if you don't hear me, of course you can't hear me what I'm saying. So do a refresh. I mean, if you can't hear me, you can't hear. Okay, now I do want to go over Brokerage Plus. This is the Brokerage Plus window. To load the Brokerage Plus window, you can only access it if you are using our app, not the web-based version. So click on New, Brokerage Plus. This is your window. You can use Brokerage Plus in one of two ways. If you have an Interactive Brokers account, you can connect to it. All right, and then you can trade from within. Okay, within Trade Ideas, connect it to your Interactive Brokers account. I'm going to pop a video that you should watch if that's what you want to do. Goes over virtually everything you have to know about trading using Brokerage Plus and your Interactive Brokers account. Well, shoot, I was waiting for this one to fade, and it finally did, but I'm just not in it. AVTR. Meanwhile, oh, I see why you're saying that. You've got text to voice, Mew, yeah. All right, so if you are a new trader, I would absolutely recommend that before you commit money to the market, you have to practice trading. So we have a great simulator here. So once you've loaded your Brokers Plus, just connect Trade Ideas Simulated Trading. You can see this is a holdover from yesterday. Okay, VRS is a holdover from yesterday in the simulation. Paper trading, simulated trading, whatever you want to call it. And it's really simple to do. All you have to do is you just click on an alert. The symbol will show up. You pick how many shares you want to trade. you pick the price you want to get in at. If you are shorting it, you sell it, and if you're going long, you buy it. Okay, so I would heartily recommend that you practice with our simulator before you commit money to the market. So let's do a trade. Let's take the see, to me the AMCX, I'm just, I'm just going to show you how you can use a simulator. It doesn't really matter what I do. But there looks like there is some resistance right around here for AMCX. There's the two, by the way, if you're in this Mayo from the AI, don't forget, there's the 200-day moving average, 589. Now, it blew right through that after hours yesterday. I didn't install it at all, but, just be aware that there it is. Boy, this is another interesting one. I wish these little tops here on the daily chart weren't there for MGNI, because if it can take that out, look left, it's got a lot of room on a percentage basis. All right, let's take TCS. Okay, I'm just going to take TCS. I'm going to buy 200 shares of TCS. What's the spread? The spread is it's about 4 cents. Let's see if I can go in between. Okay, so we bought it. Now I can put a stop in. You should always have a stop, of course. I'm going to put a stop. 587. I'm just looking at the daily, at the 5-minute chart. About 3 candles right there. So I'm going to show you how you can add a stop. Right click, add the stop order. I'm going to type in 587. And that will appear right on the chart. So you can see it's right there. So if the stock goes down to 587, it'll take me out for a $37 loss. I can put a target order in if I want. Just put 650 in. All I'm doing is I'm just showing you how this works. You're going to see a line will show up. Well, I guess it shows up. It shows up here. You can't see it. It's out of the scale, but it's right there. So if the stock got up to 650, it would take me out, and I can see it would be about a $189 gain. These lines are movable. I think I'll get rid of that line there, make it a little more distinct for you. Okay, so these lines are movable. So if the starts to work, if the trade starts to work, I could use this like a trailing stock, move it up and down. Okay. Now I don't have to do that. I can, of course, just right from here, if I want to trade 50 shares, I would just type in 50, pick the price I want to get out at. If I want to get out of the trade using this hotkey, flatten gets you out of a trade, half gets you out of half, double doubles it. Okay, so very simple to use. And as I say, you can use it as a swing trading also. If you don't exit your trade at the end of the day, then it'll carry over for as long as you want. So that's what happened with the VRS. All right, down goes KODK now. So again, to use the simulator, new, brokerage plus, and then connect to it. All right, and this is all part of the standard service. Doesn't matter what broker you have. Okay, you don't even need a broker. It's using our real-time data. Yeah, a little drift in the market. Tech is now a negative. This is positive. The Dow was up a little. Well, I'm pretty ticked off at myself for not getting this short now. Even on the break under 23, I was just too distracted doing other things. Ugh. I was why I have a price alert set there. I was thinking that when I got that short, that might be the support area. So that's why I wanted to put a price alert here. But it's blasting right down through it now. AVTR. Who the heck? You can short it immediately, really? Yeah, it is not shortable for me either. MYO. So it's up 8.7% from the alert right there. KODK in mini collapse mode now, guys. You might be lucky you can't find any shorts for Mio. However, there is that 200-day, 589. So if you do have shorts available, I mean, that's definitely a consideration. Though, as I said, after hours yesterday, it didn't really matter. You know that it hasn't opened yet. Snow has not opened yet, okay? It's an IPO, but it hasn't opened yet. I think they said this is the biggest software IPO in history. I think they said that. I mean, bigger than, obviously, then bigger than Facebook in terms of market cap. I think that's what it said. Typically, they're at 2 o'clock Eastern Time game. Another star. Look at these runs for some of these. Elway, I mean, $6, 580, 830 in 3 days, less than 3 days. Well, are you talking about the discussions? I mean, that might be 2:30, but typically the release or whatever, the first one is at 2 o'clock for the Fed. Yeah, I can't see Dan being CEO of a public company. MRSN? Well, what else? I don't know what else to add. I mean, it's an all-time high. You know, I mean, if you're asking me, should you, I can't give any advice like that. Should you buy it now? I mean, it's an all-time high. You know, you're chasing it right now. What a move for this Elway. Oh, man. So the next high looking left, 866. Oh, JB, I can't answer a question like that. I mean, it's an all-time, it's basically an all-time high right now. I mean, there's no resistance in theory, but I mean, is it going higher? Maybe. There's a red bar ignored actually in the daily chart. Well, that's disappointing. I actually thought I was really wanting to get it, really wanting to get into this iPod right about here. I thought if it could pop back up and start to challenge yesterday's high, but it's drifting down. Well, so much for that high stopping it. For Elway, look at this move here. Good volume, 38 times normal, low float, 4 million in the float. Okay, so MYO from the AI. Now listen, this may be just a little bit of a pullback, but look, you cannot, I'm going to use a double negative, you cannot not trade out of it. At least some of it, okay? The AI right now has not traded, though, well, it might have just did it. Yeah, it just took out some profit now, okay? But it just did it. But you cannot let, you get in around 517 and a stock that goes up to 568, you can't get out at, what did it get at? 531 in my opinion. That's giving up way, way too much. Way too much. So that's why I always say, and people that trade ideas that you're going to talk to, man a machine. So the machine is going to alert you to the opportunity, but you really, really should manage the exits. So that's why when people ask, well, how's the AI doing? Well, the AI right now, I mean, Mayo is an excellent alert, but if you got out when the AI got out, then you have not, taken full advantage of what you could have. I'm not saying you could have got out right at the penny, but you can't allow something like this to happen without taking any profit. So again, for those of you who are thinking that all you have to do is let it run in auto mode, completely disagree. But I don't say I don't say it. Well, you might say it in the auto mode it blew it, but I mean, you know, how many times do I have to say to everybody, manage the exits on your own in order to maximize your gains from the AI? Just cannot allow that to happen. So this was the crazy one from yesterday. It looks like a huge gap down, and I actually did end up taking a little short of this one underneath 6. Um, but this is really just, it's a dividend. Look, I know. The attraction is to try to get this stupid one, but QRTEB 26. Actually, the spread is only 40 cents. Just a moment, please. Well, I don't know what to say. I mean, if you're, you know, if you're asking me because this is an AI alert, I mean, it's still working well. I would, you know, the AI got out of the trade, but you know, as opposed to what happened with Mayo, we had a whole series of, you know, had a big percentage drop. This one really didn't. But if you look left on that weekly chart, well, it still has room. I mean, on that monthly chart, it still has a little bit of room. I wish this one wasn't so close to the whole number. SCS, it's very interesting. Almost a red bar ignored on the 5-minute chart for SCS, but really ugly looking daily chart. Very choppy. Well, this Azul still has some room looking left on that weekly chart. You're in a bit chase mode though right now for Azul. Let's see if it pulls back a little. AZUL. All right, so Elway. So what again was that high right there? 866. So it's just still at that high level. All right, so if snow is what the time was supposedly around 11 o'clock. I'm still interested in step. So some big players in that. It'll be more reasonably priced. So we'll have to see. So you notice that I have not been stopped out yet for the TCS. Did not quite get down to 580. I just wanted to show you that what would happen if it hit 580. It would automatically just take me out of the trade for $51 loss. Let me do a quick check. It looks like 9:23, so it looks like on the 23rd, so a week from now. For PLTR, you're talking about Palantir. Now, this is a great little. This is what I use, checking up on IPOs and all. So you can see on the calendar it says the 23rd. Oh wow, CWH. I know you guys were talking about it, and now just sneaking underneath that whole number, but you're chasing it down. Market's a little bit choppy right now. All right, sorry guys, I'm just following a discussion. All right, what are you doing? Dr. NA, Dr. NA, another one just, now, a little consolidation on the 5-minute chart. A little chase though on the 15. 200-day is far enough away, but looks like there's pretty tough resistance right around there. Let's see, 1981 or so, 1980. So it looks like it's pretty close to a resistance area for Dr. NA. Sorry guys, I'm just following a little discussion here. All right, so a couple of little bottoming tails now for IPOB. I mean, I shouldn't be so fixated by this one, but I just, saw what happened yesterday. All of a sudden, if traders get interested again, I mean, it traded 60 million shares yesterday, so it's only traded 5.2 million. I think there are about 37, 38 million in the float. We don't have any float information, so we still don't really know why. Thoughts on Clovis, CELVS? Well, look what it did. It got right into the 200-day moving average, probably almost to the penny. 770 is the high, 773 is the 200-day. So it obviously struggled to get through that this morning. It's a pullback right now on the 15s. I don't know. This is what would worry me, though. It did not get through that 200-day. So some expensive ones are doing quite well. The ARWR and the SPG from the AI. FANG, the FANG stocks, or not FANG stocks, sorry. FANG. All right. The airlines, okay, JetBlue. JetBlue has always been, to me, the more interesting one of them all, most interesting of them all. Mainly because it's relatively inexpensive and it always seems to have gaps that are fairly easy to identify. Now, I suppose American Airlines would be the same, but okay, so the airlines again. Do we believe it today? I don't. Jets right at the top here. There's the ETF for the airline industry. Actually, a red bar ignored. I don't know how to add a pic to a chat. You notice I don't have one either. I don't know. It's the avatar. Yeah, I'm not sure. I've never tried. Maybe somebody who has added an avatar can tell you. Okay, CNHI. What are you going to do? Wow, it's a huge float. It's the China stock. United Kingdom. Okay, huge float. A billion in the float. But it's taken out the highs of the last 2 days now. It doesn't have. I mean, it looks like there's too much resistance not that far away. All right, airlines on the move, guys. Definitely on the move again. When do we short them? All right, IPOB, a little bit of a move. All right, Kodak again on the way down a little bit. Well, you don't, KODK, Kodak. Real is mentioning Vuzi, VUZI. Yeah, well, some big topping tails for sure on Vuzi. Yeah. Well, from yesterday and the AI yesterday, I believe it was, yeah, there was an AI alert for yesterday for lack. So look what it got up to. It got basically to the high right there, and then it sold off a little bit at the end of the day. And then Now we're above that high again. I think he's talking about shorting it. I'm with these topping tails. I'm pretty sure he's looking at a potential short for VUZI. Actually, Kodak is not shortable now at IB. I'm pretty sure it was before. Well, Martin, that seems fair. Now, remember, not that I'm going to touch this one, but remember what we said about Beyond Meat. That 40, 42, 43 was, it's too expensive. We'll never let ourselves forget that one, will we? You know what? It's nice to see one that just kind of runs. You know, it had that beautiful run, little rest, another little run, little rest, as opposed to wild gyrations. All right, so TCS, guys, this could be interesting. I mean, it's come back over 6, or just barely over 6. Could get running again. You know, just kind of pulled back a little bit. Didn't hit my stop. Just over 6 now. Another one, HP. So yeah, the oil's energy sector is pretty strong, unfortunately, because of the hurricane. I think oil prices rose a bit. So energy stocks are not doing too badly today. Oh, KODK just plunging now. Well, you might be in luck there. Let's see, what is the high? 52 is the high looking left on that monthly chart. And on the weekly chart, so you're playing the ETF for the home builders, Nail, good one. VRTX, well, I got hammered this morning. Well, not hammered, I suppose, but I'm sorry, VRTX. I was thinking another one. Yeah, I just don't look. I mean, you're right. It's got a ton of room. I'm just not into the ones that are so expensive. You know, I find it difficult to gauge. But I mean, you're right. It's got a ton of room. 281. It's only up 2% though. Not a lot of volume. So I don't know what to make of it. Did they actually have some news? As label expansion of triple combo of CF drugs. Yeah, I mean, I just don't. I mean, you know, look at the daily chart. Sure, it's got a lot of room, but I just don't. I just don't really look at anything, quite frankly, over about $30. But so Spy's on a little bit of a mission here. So the Qs are now back up. They were negative before. Dow is surging. Spy is up. Nice little move. 45-minute move so far on the Spy. Well, it's a big bounce for AVTR. 22.35, almost up to 23 again. Okay, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. I think the market's caught on a little bit to this Kodak press release. I mean, who was the lawyer who reviewed it? Said, you know, nothing to see here, folks. Who was that lawyer? All right, Renren. Renren on the move. Right into, is this shortable? Yeah, right into the 200-day moving average. Renren. R-E-N-N. All right, so that's right into the 200-day moving average. You know, if it got through that, then maybe 250, maybe, you know, would be the next area. But even looking left here, 242. However, it is now popping right through it. Popping right through that 200-day area. That is for real. All right, we have an IPO, MTCR. I believe that is an IPO today, MTCR. I think it's just MTCR, Jefferies, Evercore, RBC, 6.5 million shares at 13, so it's a little bit above the IPO price. And that is for MTCR. Boy, this is a absolutely huge week for IPOs, just looking at them all. So we've got Frog, MTCR, Snow, Step. Those are all today. Nothing, the only one that is launched so far is the MTCR. And it's a little bit above the IPO price. Not a huge percentage over it. IPO price was 13. And again, if you want to track IPOs, most of the time, if you have the Halts resumes, most of the time they show up as a resume. Not all the time. I would say at least 90% of the time. It's a quirk in our Halts resumes that an IPO shows up at the first trade as a resume. So this is one of the ones that I'm sharing. So you can have this. And that's where I saw the MTCR. That's why I knew it had just opened. See what they do. So obviously it's a little bio MTCR. All right, well, there was the drop. So yeah, I mean, it just barely got over that 200-day moving average, and then it got hammered down, William. And for Renn, RENN. Okay, well, 3-bar pullback on the 15s for VXRT. The trigger would have been around 7, so it is a little over 7 right now. All right, guys, TCS on the move here. TCS on the move. The next level of resistance on the monthly charts around 730 or so. And let's back this out on the daily and see what we have for the daily. Yeah, I gotta go back. Looks like we have about, yeah, 7. Check the weekly. There it goes, guys. TCS. So this still has some room. Just a moment, please. Now today is Wednesday, so I want to find out who's on in the YouTube feed. I believe it's going to be Michael today. So those of you who are interested in learning how to use Brokerage Plus and trading with your Interactive Brokers account, today is a great time for you to go into the YouTube feed, which I'll post the link, and you can ask Michael questions. I think it's Michael, so just let me make sure though. Just waiting to see. I think it's Michael. I think he's on Wednesdays. Another one. Look at these moves here. Beautiful, beautiful moves. I mean, hardly any pullbacks at all on the 5, 15, none. FLS, flow serve. Here's another one on the move. HSC on the move here. Hazardous waste treatment and disposal. My friend FMCI. Keep watching IPOB. All these bottoming tails. All these bottoming tails. I keep thinking maybe if traders get active in this, it's going to pop it. I mean, it's still. I mean, it looks the volume looks great, except when compared to yesterday. Yeah, I reduced the count. If you can do it, you don't have to, but I reduced the count. If you take a look, if you right click configure and summary, and it was 60. If you do that, you're going to see 60. You can reduce it to 45 if you want. It is the count, yes. If you see a black screen, then just do a refresh. Okay, so in the trading room beside the gear icon, there's a refresh. That should solve any issue you might have. It may be a browser issue. You might have to experiment. Chrome is the browser that the developer recommends, but if you're using Chrome and you do a refresh and it doesn't work, then try Firefox. I have no explanation why that happens to some people. Okay, I'm just waiting to see who is on today. 11:43. I'll be taking a break pretty soon. Okay, one moment, please. Yeah, you're right. I was on mute. You were right. So, what wonderful things was I telling you? So, Michael is definitely in the room from 12 to 1 in the YouTube feed. So, if you have questions about using Brokerage Plus and Interactive Brokers to trade your account, you know, today's the day for between 12 and 1. It's every Wednesday for him. And I was just speaking about WVE. He just took out yesterday's high. I mean, it still has room, guys. WVE still has room. Look at that monthly chart. What's the high looking left on that monthly chart? That is 1724. So, you know, I mean, maybe that's the next area, but you know, if it takes that out, look at the room it's got. Okay, I'm glad you're out of it, William. Now TCS. I keep hearing, you know, I've got my baseball bat sound for the for the halt resumes, and I keep thinking maybe this is going to be the time that it's snow, but not yet. They're keeping us on edge, all of them. What was the other one? How is it doing? MTCR. So this is not that interesting right now. MTCR. The IPO price was 13 or is 13, so there's not a lot of enthusiasm for this. Maybe everybody's storing up for the other two or other three today. All right, so Michael says he's going to start at. He's going to be in the room. I don't know if he's going to be officially in the room, but he's going to be in there at 12:50 or at 11:55. Might be just music playing, but certainly at noon. So I will be taking my break. Just going to put the announcement. Oh, look! Yeah, look at GME. Nice move. Look how choppy it is on the daily. Wow. But this daily candle, trying to get rid of all this stuff. Yeah, WVE 1664 on the alert. It's got up to almost 17. SSSS on the move here. Another look how choppy these things are in the daily chart. Tough intraday traders. You see topping tails and bottoming tails on a daily chart. Really, really tough to intraday trade them. Upgrade to 6, well, it's almost there. So not much more room if you believe in the upgrade. Schlumberger is on the move also. I know some of you have been talking about SLB. A lot of, boy, great trends today in a lot of stocks. Taking a look at RDHL, see if it's moving at all. Not yet. Step, yes, it is open. Step is open. There you go. So this is a big premium. Let me make sure before I say anything else. Yeah, 7 pricing 18. So this is a nice premium to the IPO price. It's at 24.67. So the IPO was set at 18. That's what you'd like to see, as opposed to the other one, which is now, basically at the IPO price. So what you want to see is some enthusiasm. I'm probably a little more excited about this one than the snow, because the snow is just going to be out of reach. It's going to be almost impossible. Ah, I see you in there, Michael. Okay. I will stop my stream now, and Michael will be taking over. Probably get live in about 3 minutes, but he's in the room now. So thank you, Michael. I will stop.
Just don't leave, don't come back anytime. I've already had your kind. This is your payback. Money grabber, don't come back anytime. You've already run me dry. This is your payback. Money grabber. Money grabber.
Okay, guys, so if I'm doing this right, hopefully you guys should hear me, and I've got this loaded up on the microphone default. Thanks, Mike C. So I guess everyone can hear me. I'm wondering how I sound with the microphone as it is. Oh, hold on. Let me see if it's grabbing the right mic here. Okay, well I can hear myself anyway, so we'll go with this mic and we'll see what happens. All right, so essentially what we do here, we give Barry kind of a much needed vacation, much needed little time off from the screens. We like to answer questions for all of our new traders. So let's see if that actually changed anything. Sorry. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, Apple did a update last night and it kind of screwed me up, so I apologize for that, guys. Just waiting to hear my own thing, see if I fixed everything there. Okay, sound much better there. Okay. Sorry about that, guys. Again, technical stuff is technical stuff. So it ended up destroying a VPS that I was running off of. So I just had to kind of reboot all of that today. Everything looks good. I think I fixed everything. I think. So yeah, Mike C. Again, thanks for the congratulations. It was a good wedding. Kind of have to do everything quarantine style, so you never know what issues that's going to come up with, doing stuff outside, that type of thing. But we are good to go. So yeah, we give Barry some time off here. We like to come on. We like to answer any questions any traders may have about trading, trade ideas, whatever it is that you guys are interested in. We'll definitely help you out there. So please, right, and I kind of beg you guys every time, is everyone you see here that pops on in this afternoon session, they do other stuff. Like, for example, I do a lot of kind of the algorithm building, basically what you see in Holly. A lot is a lot of stuff that I like to play with, and it is a lot of my work, which is just doing phenomenally today. Let me bring this in here. Holly's doing fantastic. So when we're not helping out our clients and then doing this, we are doing other things. So there's not a lot of prepared right now. So, you know, basically what I'm saying is ask questions. It's the best time to not hear me kind of waffle on about random stuff. As for stocks, what I'm looking at here from the AI, I'm looking at Cone here. Broke out and then it came down and put in another little higher low, and it looks like it's popping through again. What you're seeing here is a simulated account. You know, that's why I play the kind of music in the beginning, is because I gotta hide everything I'm working on. So there's kind of nothing cool coming through there that you guys shouldn't see. But yeah, on my live account here, I'm looking at this Cone. Let me just take this so I can watch it take it in the simulated account here so I can watch it as well. But basically looking at this cone to see if it kind of breaks through this kind of 78.50 area. I think that's when the trade's going to be okay. And then on, the stop, it would be under this area here. If this support kind of breaks through here, I wouldn't give it all the way to the low of the day there. But all right, that trade is set up. Things are rolling. My swing trades are looking good. I'm very happy with all those. All right, so questions. When back testing and a profit factor is showing 10 when it's running the back test, what does that mean? When it's running the back test, sometimes what will happen is, let me just pop out a window to show you. If you have both a profit target and stop loss selected, it may just go through and show this 10 profit factor. Basically, if you're talking about when it's on this screen, don't worry about that. It just means that it hasn't quite calculated what everything is. The load screen is obviously not important. It's what is this output screen? What does this output screen look like? I will say, just on a side note, I know this wasn't your question, but if you ever get a profit factor of 10, take a very hard look at what is probably broken. A profit factor of 1.5 to 2 is great. That's a phenomenal trading strategy if that holds. If you ever see a profit factor of 10, that means you're basically making $1,000 for every $100 you risk, which is just not achievable. So it's one of those, if it's too good to be true, take a good hard look. But yeah, it's basically when you have both a stop and a profit target, it takes the math a little bit harder to a little bit longer to play with, kind of thing. So long story short, just ignore that. Come on, Cone, are you gonna do this or what? Trying to get a live trade on here for the people. Yeah, and it's important to note that screen that we're showing you is more for, just if the back test is taking a while. It's like a loading bar, so it's to tell you that yes, everything's still churning along, right? It's still working, even if it's taking some time, because sometimes if you do some really big back tests with a lot of numbers and things like this, it can start to chop up pretty good. So we just want to let you know that it's still working, things are still going. ARI here, this was triggered while I was on my walk. What is it? Apollo Commercial? What is Apollo Commercial? Oh, an investment pool. Nice little breakout here, but I don't know what it, just an investment pool. It's probably like a REIT or something. I shorted this. I basically use this as a watch list when I'm talking to you guys. This SPR and Peloton. I'm kind of watching this type of area here on Peloton for a day trade. If we can kind of get back up in this area, I think anywhere from 84, 85 to kind of in this area, so I'll call it 84 to 85. I'm interested in possibly shorting this. I'm trying to get into a position that may turn into a swing, but when I have time to watch these things, I like to try to kind of fine tune my entry a little bit. Stop will be over this area on yesterday's range, but I just think this engulfing candle that happened yesterday, we had a gap up and a fail, and then a massive gap up and a fail, or not yesterday, a couple days ago. And then with the news, if anyone watched the Apple event yesterday, they basically are going right after them. And I'm not a big fundamental guy, but I kind of like when there's a story that I can at least tell myself for the trading, even though everything's going to be just based off the trading, off the technicals. But when Apple kind of comes along and says, "Hey, we're going to take your lunch and eat it for you," you should be worried, right? That's a big company that's going to come along and slap what, in my mind is essentially a company that's got an iPad on an exercise bike, and that's it. So I think that might be, and then plus, right? Look at this move. You're talking 24 to $100. It's got to be a little bit interesting there. So I initiated my first little short here, and I'm just going to go over. I was just doing that a second ago on my other screen there. Again, this is going to be mostly a swing trade unless something crazy happens. And again, I'm going to encourage everyone to ask your questions, right? Ask away. We're here for that main reason. It's kind of cool, I think, to come on and have, other traders that look at things a little bit differently come on and talk other than just Barry, but mainly we're here for support. So if you've got any question about trading, about back testing, I do a lot of the statistical side of trading myself, followed by a bit of technicals and then a bit of fundamentals. So this trade that I'm looking at here on Peloton is mostly technical, with this candle yesterday actually popping through on an optimized scan that I have for shorting things that have these big topping tails. So I know from the back test that I've run that these topping tails quite a bit can be reversal signs, as well as I know engulfing candles as well. So we go from there. Michael, what's the newest liked profitable swing trading scanner you're using? Not necessarily to share if it's under wrap, but please do tell. I've been playing with a couple things here, and although this one back tests poorly, and I can share it, it's something that's interesting to me where I just call it the rounded bottom breakout. But the kind of the long and short of it is it's looking for stocks that are in the low end of the year range, but the high end of the 5-day range, and using some kind of moving average, playing with math. It gives a lot of this kind of a look here, where it gives a lot of this. Ooh, that's a big line. Let's get rid of that. It gives a lot of this look here. And then it's looking for the actual alert is a cross above daily resistance. So it finds an area where the stock has had a little bit of trouble in the past and looks for it to break that. And, this is a very interesting kind of pull up link. So this is mainly a lot of what I've been watching, because I find these things are gathering energy. So I use a 20 period moving average to make sure it's finally kind of catching up and pushing the stock higher. I can share that. There's nothing custom or hidden about that, but I've been getting a lot of strong winners from that. Let me go back and show you. I think I got one. Yeah, INO I actually got here yesterday, and I got it a little bit late. Where is it? INO 30. Where's the price? Got everything all shrunk up. I got it at 1207. So I actually didn't take it at 1207, but where I took it was kind of in this area here. So it broke the high of the day, and then it pulled back, and then it started to push up again. So I took that here. My stop was actually at the low of this day here, because I was basically just looking for kind of breakout of this area. And if I remember right, I had a pretty good short float. Yeah, 31% short float. So I ended up getting a really good intraday trade out of that. And then, whatever happened last night was great. I would love to say that I'm still in, but when it broke up over this pre-market range, I put my stop in this area and it came down and stopped me out. So I'm not here. like I'd like to be, but I've gotten a couple great little breakout trades like that using this on a discretionary basis. But if I back test it with a 2-day hold and no risk management, which is always how I start my back tests, just to see what they call that is a signal test, just to say, you know, are the stocks higher in 2 days or lower? It doesn't perform very well at all. But I've been able to use it as a bit of a discretionary scan and say, you know, this is something that's I can use my eye to kind of filter them out. So, but I very, very much like it because it gives kind of this look of stock was moving down, now it's basing sideways for a second, and now it's starting to look like it's popping up. So it's giving this type of look here, and I really like to try to get my stocks in this area. I never want to be. I'm horrible at bottom picking, so I never do that. Not a very good pullback trader either, so I don't do that very often. But what I like to do is I like to see the move, have it bounce, and then have the continuation of that move, which is kind of what I was talking about here in Peloton, which I see just turned positive on this screen. And so this is my first short here on the swing. And if we get below 83 is probably when I'll add to get in that swing. But it's the same kind of move here in Peloton where it had this big breakdown right here that kind of shook some hands up, and then it popped up, didn't work too well, and then it looks like it's going to round back down. So this is always where I try to get my trades, if that makes sense. I'm not a good breakout trader. I'm not a good pullback trader, but most of my money comes from that pullback, and then it looks like it's going to start to go type of move. We got ALEC is a good example. Yeah, so that kind of look. This one's not super volatile for me, but yeah, it's the same kind of this rounded bottom type of look I really like, just because it kind of shows that change in investor sentiment. People were going, okay, this is awesome, and then they spend a couple, weeks, maybe a week or two, in what could be seen as an accumulation type of phase. And then when it starts to move higher, it kind of confirms this accumulation phase that it actually was accumulation. And again, just one of my styles, that and the doji, the yesterday's doji scan, which I can't share unfortunately because it's got a bunch of customs in it. But this is still, to this day, one of my favorites, where it's looking for a stock. Let's find a good example like this, like Boot, where essentially what this is looking for is a stock that is strong, but it's pulling back, and it puts in a doji or a spinning top, and then it looks like it's going to break out today. So in my swing trading account, I actually do have this Boot, and it's just because of this particular strategy. And I think I have something else from it. Yeah, this was great. But yeah, this is a pretty good little algo that I run. Hasn't really been firing much recently. I think the last alert was a few days ago now. 2020, 2000, and yeah, it's a couple days ago. I did not take VSRK, but I took Boot, I remember. So those are two good ones. Someone says, take a look at FRTA. I'm looking. What do we have for volume here? 1 million shares. 8 relative volume, so 8 times normal volume today is gonna certainly put it on somebody's watch there. So for this, there's nothing here that really interests me and my style, but what I would look at if I were just to analyze this from the get-go, just being a random guy on the internet, is down kind of in this area down here. you've got a lot of a lot of potential support, right? This is the last time that the stock really got interesting, was in this kind of 13-20 area, right? We took a bounce, and then we took another bounce, and then the stock kind of pushed up here from here, and now it looks like it's coming down into this area. So again, if I was watching this, I would watch for how it acts in this area. Does it bleed through a little bit and then bounce? Does it not even get there and start to turn around? But if I was looking to kind of short this, I would need to see it hold below this area for a period of time. And again, just to use the Peloton example, and we don't even know if this is going to be a good example until a few days, but it's the same kind of thing where there was a fair amount. If we go out on the intraday chart, let's go into 15 minutes. There was a fair amount of trading in this area. So the next area of support, right? You can see how that's kind of way down here. So this would be a first good area to get. So always just kind of keep an eye on when the last turning point was, right? So we've got a bit at 80, and we've got a bit kind of all the way down here. This hammer candle looks like it might be starting to coil down, which is great too. After many years of trading, what's a good minimum day profit amount for you? I'm not really too much of a day trader anymore. I manage more of a swing portfolio, just looking at two of them. One of my swing portfolios right today up $350. This other one's up $265. So I don't know, 500 or so on a swing portfolio is a good day, but really that's irrelevant, I guess. It has more to do with the size of your account than anything else, right? If you're trading a $10,000 account and you're looking to make $500 a day, then good luck, right? If you're trading a $500,000 account, then you should be able to do something near that. So really it has to do a lot with account size, but as someone, I guess, after many years of trading, I'll start it the same way you started the question. What I've learned is to not focus on dollar amount. When I was day trading fully, and that's all I was doing for a living, I would actually put a piece of masking tape over where the P&L on my screen was, because it's an irrelevant number, right? It's like going to the gym and saying, well, I want to bench press 300 pounds. It doesn't, can you bench press 100 pounds? Can you bench press 200 pounds before you go in and try to bench press 300 pounds type of thing? So for me, it's just, I focused on the trades, and it took many, many years to get to that point where I didn't care about the numbers, because it's easy for someone to sit back like myself and say, hey, don't focus on how much you're making, just focus on the trades. That's hard advice to follow if you're new or struggling or whatever, but it is 100% the way to go, in which you're just you're just focused on the actual, what is this trade? Does this trade make up? Is it in my rule set? What's my trading plan? Right? Does my trading plan have a positive expectancy? And then look back, not at so much at the end of the day or the end of the week. For swing traders, you should kind of look back at the end of the quarter. And for day traders, you should probably look back at the end of the month. Just because I've done it. I know we've all done it as traders, where you say, okay, well, I want to make 100 grand a year, to make the math easy, right? I've got to make X amount per month. I got to make X amount per day. And then what you do is you end up looking at your account and you're saying, well, I got to make $500 today in order to be on my $100,000 a year goal. Where if the market's not doing anything and there's nothing to do, there's nothing to trade out there, if you start chasing that trade, you're going to have a bad time. And I'm not talking from a a theoretical point here. I've definitely done that. So for me now, it's just kind of, does this trade fit my trading style? Does it look good? And then away you go. But yeah, just for numbers today, right? I'm turning my head to look at my other monitor. I've got one swing trading account, and this one's in triple D, which is down a little bit. Sorry, it's up a little bit on the day, but I'm down a little bit on that swing. I'm in this little area. CLDX. I'm flat. I know I'm up a little bit on the swing from this area, but flat on the day. And PPC, I'm up a fair amount, but I think I'm going to get out of this one because it just doesn't move enough. And then the other account is too big to, there's so many positions here. Let me just take a screenshot. Take that. That should go to the desktop. Nope. Where's my desktop here? Okay. Yeah. So there's just what one of my accounts look like right now. But again, more of a swing trader kind of thing. Yeah, it's one of those things. It's a good point, but I know if you're a new trader, it's hard to conceptualize. But I couldn't tell you how many hours I wasted in that mindset of, right, I want to make X amount, and then dividing that amount by 12, and then dividing that amount by 20, so that I knew how much I had to make in a day. It's it's let me get you another screenshot that might illustrate this better. So I have one account that I'm trading with some of the other guys. Let me get you. I did a presentation for Wealth 365. Oh, and by the way, I'm going to be doing the next Wealth 365 too. If you guys want to check that out, just Google Wealth 365 Summit. It's a pretty cool event where they put on. It's getting more salesy kind of as things go on, but it's a pretty cool event with a whole bunch of different traders. And we put on these events, I think quarterly they do them. And I've been doing them for the past handful. And I've been showing off this account that I've been doing right here, where this particular account is actually, now it's up 110% here, but it's actually now up, I think, 130 from this presentation. But that's not, I'm not doing this to brag. I want to show you the point that I was trying to make there, in which, yeah, let's open this up here. Right, so you look at this and you say, well, that's great. You start with this ending MVAI is a number that Brokerage Plus has, or not Brokerage Plus, Interactive Brokers has, and it just shows if you start it with $1,000, this is what your ending value would be right now, right? So it'd be 2,100. It's a weird way they do it, but I like it because it helps keep my account sizes and things like that kind of private. But cumulative return, 111%. Anyone looks at that and they're like, wow, that's amazing. But the trap that a lot of traders fall into is that I need to make X amount per year, so then I need to make X amount per month and X amount per day. But what you'll notice, and I'm sure the traders in here, just type in chat if you agree, is that what happens is long periods of little to no gain or little to no movement in your account might be the best way to put it, and then periods of time where you're just on fire. So if we take a look here, right, this is starting in January 2020, and then I get an equity high here in February, and then we have this big pullback, and then it's what, March until I make a new high, and then we have this big kind of pop, and then we've got another maybe month here where nothing happens, and then from April until May, June, nothing happens, right? So it's another 2 months where nothing occurred. And then from June, right, into July, nothing occurs, right? So we've basically taken this 6 month period where a great return occurred, and you can see that it all kind of happened in a handful of weeks and a handful of trades, right? Again, from, not much in the way of gain from all the way from in 2 months here, and then 2 months. Sorry, I should be highlighting these. I don't even know if you can see my mouse. So right here, nothing's occurring. And then all through here, nothing's occurring. And then all through here is nothing occurring. So really, if you take, and even you could extrapolate that out and say, from here until like here, nothing really happened, right? So you're talking from February all the way into March and April. So really, this gain was just made from a kind of pop here, and then a pop here, and then a pop here. So 3 out of these 6 months were good, and then the rest of them were kind of bad. And this is why when you're looking at what you want to make from trading, I think that's kind of a bad exercise, where what you should do is you should focus on the individual trades, and then just know that it's trading, for me anyway, and it may just be different strategies, but it's periods of small gain, small loss, small gain, small loss, for hopefully a net benefit, but maybe not an insane net benefit, followed by 1 to 2 just amazing trades, like that other screenshot that I sent you. I'm in Smile Direct here from, I get the exact number. And I've taken some of the position off, right? So I'm in Smile Direct Club for my entry price here at 821, right? This has been, and I've been selling. I've got 200 shares left here, so open profit of $800. But it's 821's right in here. Yeah, I bought it on this. I think it actually came from this scan that I shared with you guys, and you can see what an amazing move. So I'm definitely at new equity highs on that chart, that account that I sent you. But I'm not gonna lie, that I think that chart that I sent you stopped in what was it, June, and I'll say July and August were another 2 months of nothing, right? It was 2 months of question. Yeah, thanks so much for sharing this. It's a key lesson. It is, and the thing is, it's not, no one talks about this stuff because it's not sexy, right? Everyone wants to make a YouTube video and says, oh, I made $100,000 today, and don't worry, I'll make $100,000 tomorrow, blah, blah, blah. And, if you're doing it, great. I say 99 or 100% of those people aren't. But this is more of what trading is really like, right? Long periods of time of, you're just treading water, and then you nail a Smile Direct Club. And, I'm basically, the game plan with this is I've got this ADMA here, which is not, magic or special, but I like to use a trailing stop. And I'll be in this one until it close below this moving average, right? So if it rockets forever, that will be my next kind of spike on that chart. But I'm not gonna lie, both end of June, July, and well, mainly July and August. June was okay. Were really slow months for me. They're really, really slow months. And again, no one wants to talk about it because it's not sexy, but it's just the way it works. And let me get my notepad here, but it's the same thing with our AI. It's just the same thing with trading in general. And the people who don't see this and don't understand are always going to have a bad time. And again, I'm speaking like this because I know, because I've been through it. I've done the exact same thing of the, I want to make this, I want to make this, I want to make this, so I got to make this. But, right, if you look on uh, our AI, so we have this page that just wraps up our AI performance, right? So for example, this is Neo, which is our top performer. It's the one that I built, and it's the one that I actually day trade myself perfectly, or not perfectly. I trade it just solely, but you can see here from March here, 2019 to 3 months, not really much happened. Then I had a good month, and then not much happened, and I had a good month, and then not much happened, and I had a good month, and it's just, again, a good month here. And this is just, it's the nature of trading. Sometimes your strategy hits it, sometimes it doesn't. Away you go. All right, we got a question. I like questions. What filter can be used to scan for stocks crossing above its pre-market high? So what I would do with this one, let me grab this. And then if you ever go into search and you just start typing in pre-market, these are all the filters that we have with pre-market data, right? So simply what I would do is I would grab whatever alert you want, whatever you want the stock to be doing. Say if you want the stock to be making a new high of day, right? You take a new high of day filter, but for an alert, you can see it says below pre-market high, and this is in dollars. So if you just made this, I want it within, make this 5 cents. Oh, geez, this new virtual machine won't let me. 5 cents. 0.05 cents, right? And zero, right? What you're going to do is you're going to find stocks that are making new highs of day within like a couple cents of the pre-market's high. If you're looking for stocks that are breaking them, I like to use this because it's giving me that alert just a couple seconds before they break. So this will find stocks that are moving higher into the high of the pre-market range. And if that's what you're looking for, that's a great way to do it. You can actually, you could in theory make this 1 cent here and 1 cent here, and then have it within, a cent. But if that's what you're looking for, I use that right there like that all the time. And just how I use it, what did a lot of volume today? FedEx. I got a great trade in FedEx this morning. What I like to do is I like to know the pre-market range here, because I will either buy strong stocks as they break the pre-market range, but what I like even better is stocks that break the pre-market range and then pull back to them, and then look to do that. Same thing as we talked about with my other trading strategies. So I do a lot of things that are at their pre-market high on the way down, and then I'll put them on a watch list and see if they maybe chop around for a bit and then move. So very helpful. Thanks. Anytime. That's why we're here. 1 hour every day from noon to 1 Eastern every single day. Oh, look, that Peloton trade's happening live for us. So come on by again every day just to answer any questions that you guys may have. Example, why don't you trade big cap stocks knowing they go high most of the time? Again, well, I have a trading style, and just from that question, I'm going to guess that you started trading sometime recently, because a lot of these things don't go to all-time highs at some time. See, I started my trading career in 2008 and 9 during, right of 2011. If you just traded these big cap stocks thinking they were going at highs, you get killed. During the financial issues of 2008, 2009, Companies like Lehman Brothers was a big cap stock that was going to highs. That's bankrupt. So is Bear Stearns. General Motors went bankrupt, right? And everyone there lost all of their money. Um, right? So that statement of they most of the time go to highs is just wrong. It's just mathematically improvably kind of incorrect. So I have a trading style that I like that works, that makes money for me. And again, I just showed you year-to-date returns. So I'm going to continue to do that, but just don't be under the impression that these companies continue to go to highs, right? There was a while there where if you were a GM investor, you lost every dollar you had, and they were a big company that was going to highs all the time, right? You lost every dollar, was wiped out, right? There wasn't a penny to be had for an equity holder. And same with Lehman Brothers, right? Same with Bear Stearns, handful of companies, right? I'm sure people could make a list of all of the big name, quote unquote, blue chip companies that went bust. So just be very careful with an assumption like that. I think it can get you in a lot of trouble. Another question, please. No, please ask as many questions as you want. I love them. Is there a way to scan for wedges, pennants, and triangles on the 1 minute chart? We have this triangle scan. It's not these triangle tops and bottoms. You might want to give these a shot. One thing that I like to find those is they're called NR7s. So take a look at these ones too, where it's the most narrow range bar. So for example, if you find an NR7 for a 30-minute candle, it means that it's the most narrow candle in the last 7. So quite often what you'll find is really congesting stocks. Even though you're doing it for 30 minutes, you'll find them on the 1 minute chart. Now, what I'll say is going forward, we're actually looking to add some new filters and everything that will help with that. But for now, I would take a look at that being the best one. These new filters should be in soon, which would be great. I don't know all that is going to be put in there, but it's a lot. We basically got a bunch of headroom with new servers and everything, so we're going to start adding in new filters to accommodate that. And there's going to be some cool ones, I think, that will help with more pattern recognition type stuff. But try the NR7. We have a scan in there just called consolidation. Let me try this one here as well. All right, this consolidation alert right here will find stocks that are narrowing. They're coiling up. It's a really good way to try to find those types of movers. The other thing to look at is moving averages, right? Maybe you want it below a 5-period moving average, but above a 10. Sometimes that can give you congesting type instruments. So a couple options there. Play around. I need to know a little bit more of your setup for kind of more exact things, but that's what we have for now, and we're definitely going to be adding some soon for sure. Come on, Smile Direct Club. Break highs. A double on this one would be fantastic. And yeah, this PPC is just not... I hate doing this because every time I do, it ends up making me look like a fool, just killing stocks that aren't moving, and then the next day it's going to gap up to like $25. But when I look at this chart, I just look at the fact that all the way, this looks like a far way away, and it's only $18, and I only have 500 shares of that or so. So I'm not really gonna. I just don't know if it's worth my time kind of being in this thing. CODX is looking interesting here too for a shorter term swing. Little bull flag happening right here. be interesting to see if the next day or so, or even today, if we get over 1350, that might be a quick snap to, what's this, 15 or so. You'd be risking $1 to make 3. That's acceptable to me. We just got into TUP. Where did we just get into TUP from? Oh. Didn't mean to turn that one on. I think it's just a sim. Get out of here. No chart improvement plans yet. Our charts are, I don't know, pretty good the way they are. I like them. I know some people don't like the updating every handful of seconds, but you know, if I'm going to really be scalping stuff, I'm going to be looking at the quotes instead of the chart anyway. So it doesn't bother me, and I'm more of a swing trader myself. But so no plans for the charts. We're working on the AI. We're working on the that kind of stuff. Can you share a scan to the pre-market alert scanner you mentioned earlier? I don't have a scanner for that. I was just showing the below pre-market high filter. And if you make that below pre-market high filter very low, both the min and the max, you'll find stocks that are at that pre-market high. I don't see. Did Holly provide ILMN? ILMN. Did Holly provide alert for ILMN? No. Thankfully. Well, unless you're short it, that'd be fine. So it's important to note you cannot make Holly find anything. So this I just wouldn't be something that Holly would be really interested in, moving $10 at a time. Really kind of massive spreads on this one. Not really a clean day trader, that's for sure. The question kind of is, how would you configure something to find this? Well, it's doing 5 times normal volume, so maybe a big volume, maybe looking for something with a massive range. If this is something that you look for, like, you know, a 15-minute range of $10 or something like that would be a scan to find it. You're not going to make Holly find this scan, though, because she's looking at things with a statistical edge. So you can't really make her look for anything, because she's just going to say, here's an edge or not. But how you can find it would be to build a scan and then, you know, put the 15-minute range as $15 a share, and you know, you'll probably find something, or look for something with an insane spread, a very widespread stock, and then try that one as well. Those would be the 2 quickest way I'd see to find that. Just something with a, you know, it's going to have probably a $2-3 spread. Yeah, big spread would be a good way to do it. The resolution's pretty good. Yeah, I think he thought we were talking about a very specific scan. And we were just talking about more of a filter than anything else. This SCS just came through this round bottom. Let's take a look at this one. Steel case, wood office manufacturing. Interesting looking. Not really a short float. GE, I got audio alerts on this. And that's, man, General Electric didn't participate in any of this rally, did they? Push this. So this kind of trend line here might be breaking, right? We got this kind of congestion going on here. Really not a stock I'm interested in because it just doesn't move enough to, it's not volatile enough to really make it worthwhile to trade, but just coming through that round of bottom scan there. Can the AI be applied to futures trading? Not at this time, and no plan to really do that, just because the advantage of the AI is the ability to scan for events, right? So the reason we trade stocks is that I can, there's 10,000 instruments that I could theoretically trade, and I can tell the robot to, hey, just sit back and wait for those, right? Wait for those events to occur and then show me when something occurs that's new and different and weird, and I can jump on that and take that opportunity. The problem with futures is you've got a much smaller tradable universe. So, events would be kind of further and farther between, and that kind of really explosive potential isn't there where, if I'm right on Peloton, this thing's going to, maybe get cut in half for the length that I'm in it. And, thankfully, right, futures, you don't get that big of a move. So really no plans for it yet. The next big thing we're going with the swing trading or with the AI is swing trading. And I know we've been talking about it for a long period of time, but it is something that we first have to build the tools and then use the tools. But that's kind of the next big direction I want to put the AI. And I'm biased there as a swing trader. I just think swing trading is in a lot of ways better than day trading for a lot of people, right? If you're if you've got a job somewhere else and you want to create additional income or even just try to outperform what a financial advisor would do for you, swing trading is a great way to kind of supplement that. It's something that can be done part-time, but even for people who can sit here all day, the main reason I'm a swing trader, and I can sit here all day and I could trade most of the days.
Even General Electric is getting into. Look at General Electric. Now it has a huge float, 8.7 billion in the float, but look at the volume that just came in, 5.6 million shares. A little pop here for even General Electric, GE. Now I notice now, boy, the Qs have had a topsy-turvy day here. So we're now negative again. They went positive here. Now they're negative. This, of course, is tech. Well, somebody mentioned that PEIX has a $6 price target, so there it is. It's achieved. Well, it actually looks like it settled down a bit. 278, actually a great spread. I mean, 88-cent spread for, I mean, it's going to vary, of course, but a pretty good spread for a $276 stock. Congratulations, Zach. I think you said 291, so I don't know how many shares you're able to take, but oh, 16. I thought you said 6. I must have missed the one. Sorry. I'm back. Okay, thank you, Michael. Okay, welcome back, YouTube. Yeah, Mike C, you didn't know about that resolution. Yeah, it's just a gear to get it to a 1080p or 1080. Yeah, 1080. That obviously is going to clear things up. So I'm sure Michael told you all about how to use IB and Brokerage Plus. Meanwhile, if you missed the WVE move, there was the alert at 1664, and it got up to 18, almost a $2 pop, and pretty steady. I mean, there was only one little area. This is, I didn't get it at 1664, but just a great, great, great move. And the INO, which I did not get at all, INO 1557 from my alert. You had a second opportunity to get in on the pullback. So it would have been a nice little quick bounce and a pullback, an opportunity to get back in. So from the 1557 alert, what did it get up to? 1794, almost 250. So I mean, I don't know what GIII is doing. Even modest 1507 got up to 1533. This is another really interesting one, TGH 1458, 1477 now. So again, use this as a watch list, okay? You don't have to take it on the trigger. And if it goes below the trigger point, maybe just put a price alert back at the trigger and see if it hits it later on. There's not that many stocks to watch. You can share, are you talking about a cloud link for trade ideas? From Trade Idea, you can share a cloud link. I don't usually allow exterior links, sorry. Well, the only links we really allow are the cloud links from somebody wants to share a strategy or something. Well, I don't know about the owner of the chat. I am definitely the moderator. Because it's a free room, I just have to be careful, and this is not to, I mean, obviously I don't know who you are. I just have to be, that's why we don't allow images or anything like that. I'm sure you're a fine guy or fine woman, but I just have to be careful because it is a free room. I mean, TGH it's a little bit similar to WVE when you look left on that monthly chart. I mean, look at the potential that it could get to. you know, the 17 mark from 14 here. That's a nice percentage move. You know, as I say all the time, the stocks that you see here, not every single one of them, but the stocks you see here every day have the potential to be swing trades. Everybody's always asking about, you know, can you use trade ideas to swing trade? So when I construct this watch list, I mean, I intraday trade it, but a lot of them are set up based on the scanning I do after hours to see, okay, how much more room do they have on a daily, weekly, and a monthly chart? You know, I mean, they're going to have some room usually because otherwise they won't make the watch list. Count your money? I don't know. Good for you, Zach. I'm glad you didn't come out and say, you know, 5,000, $50 per share per shares. No, okay, Frank. I'm glad you actually explained that. No, we don't allow any advertising here. Sorry, this is a Trade Ideas, a trading room. Okay, so we don't allow any advertising at all in here. All right, guys. Well, it's time for me to do my video. So what time is it? 1:03. Should be back by about 1:25. Let me get the links in here. So if you do want to subscribe to the video, free of charge, of course. Give me a second here. All right, so if you do want to follow along my video that I do every day, just click on Barry's homepage, click on the link, and excuse me, and right where you see Watch Daily Market Recap videos, you can click here, and you can sign up for them. It's all free. All right, so I will put myself on mute now. First of all, let me put my announcement in. Okay, so I'll put myself on mute now. All right, guys, I'm now back. WVE is still alive and kicking here. WVE looked like it might have wanted to get down through 18, but 18 held. Check to see if any questions I may have missed. Okay, I don't understand, Calvin. Was that a misprint? You turkey and click on your channel. Your watch list, it clears all my alerts. You mean it replaces your layout. Is that what you mean? So I'm talking to Calvin if he's still in the room, if he can hear me. Yeah, so what you can do, Calvin, is you load it at the beginning. I have been keeping the same symbol list now for a couple of weeks, so I probably won't change it on Monday. So all you have to do is just like load my channel, okay, and then take the windows that you want, save them to the cloud, bring back your layout, bring back the 2 or 3 windows that you want from my channel, and then save your layout again. Well, if you guys would promise to click on my channel every day, I wouldn't change the symbol list name. Why do you think my channel is up here? I don't know if you guys remember, but my channel used to be buried down here. And then I convinced them that I thought that you guys were using it a lot, so they moved me up just below the AIs. Okay? So that's why it's up here instead of buried down here. Shameless plug, but that's what it's all about. So the question was commenting on INO for a swing trade. Well, here's the deal about INO. I don't know what you know about it. I mean, you probably know that it's a virus play, okay, number one. But you also should know that up in this area here, a lot of short sellers, I don't mean like individuals, but newsletters were dumping all over this company, saying, there's no way in the world it's going to do what they say it's going to do. So you always have to worry about something like that happening again. I'm not saying it's going to, but they're going to reload for a second go at them. Now, why it ran up, I don't know. So that's why this is not what I would call a typical one that you'd be looking at to swing trade. I mean, listen, you could do unbelievable things tomorrow and the next day, but you just have to be very, very, very careful. So what is today? Today is Wednesday. So today is my long day. I am in the webinar at 5 o'clock. That one is certainly WKHS. Is it still at an all-time high? Yeah, wow. Another great day after a little respite yesterday. Look at TGH, guys. Well, I don't think it's going to affect the stuff that we do. I mean, we could. Look. I don't know. I don't know what the. I don't really follow what the rumors are about interest rates and all that. I don't. They're not going to go up 10%. I know that, or 10 points. But for a lot of the stuff that we do, I mean, it really probably doesn't affect. If you're into Facebook and Apple and the ones that really move the market, maybe. But for the stuff that we do, these they're so far under the radar. Yes, guys, you should add this as your 11th commandment. Thou shalt not chase. Okay? Do not chase. I know it's hard, especially when you look at it, you say, man, I should take it now. And then you look, 5 minutes later and it's up another dollar or two. I'm not talking about snow, but a stock. And you get all anxious, fretting that, man, I should have taken it. I should have taken it. But trust me. We've all done it. And yes, does it work every now and then? Of course. Give me a moment, please. It's sort of the same principle as never adding to a loser. Can it work? Of course it can work. But, you'll never hear myself and most people in this room adding to a losing position. Yeah, that's exactly what it is, real. That is the innermost thoughts. That's what happen. That can easily happen. That's why when I looked at, I know I wasn't in it. Could have got in here. Could have got in here. Could have got in here. Okay, I'll take it here. Whoops. you know. Ah, forgot. Somebody's got to remind me at 12:30 to do this. All right, so this one, let's take a look at this one should be I forgot to make the change. Okay, I'm gonna lose all the. Yeah, I mentioned GE a little earlier. I mean, this is pretty steady. Huge float. 8.7 billion in the float for a $6 stock. Probably coming into a resistance area, but it doesn't look well. You know what? I mean, that went from 620 to 660. I mean, it's a great percentage move for an 8 billion shares float. Michaels was really getting hit hard earlier. Yeah, nice recovery. You're right. 946, almost a dollar, but a dollar recovery. Yes. Well, some others may have some educational links as such. We don't teach trading at Trade Ideas so much as we teach, or show people how to use our program. And hopefully, if you come into the room enough, you'll kind of follow. You start to maybe something will click. That's what I don't necessarily just mean me, but that's what he's looking at. And now I see that pattern. And one thing, absolutely 100% though, if you get into a trade, know when you're going to get out. In other words, have the stop loss. And it's not just having, now you might say, well, how do I put a stop loss in? How, where should I put it? Well, it's a good question. That's where some experience comes in, looking at a chart. Real will say sometimes you can, the low, as long as you're getting in at a decent pattern, the low, the previous 5-minute candle, that can be a stop out point. But more importantly, it's going to be once you figure out where you're where you're going to get out of the trade, then that's what will determine how many shares you'll take. Because you're not going to take 500 shares every trade or 100 shares every trade, or it's not a set number. The number should be, in my opinion, anyway, based on how much are you willing to lose on the trade, dollar-wise. So depending on your account size, I'll use, 100 as a nice even number. If you're going to risk $100 a trade, and if your stop is 10 cents away, based on, something that looks obvious on the chart, not just because you've picked 10 cents, then you could buy 1,000 shares of that stock, because your stop is 10 cents. You'll multiply that by 1,000 shares, you get $100. So you're risking $100 on the trade. If the trade works against you, get out. Don't think twice, get out. You can always get back in. You know, don't second guess yourself. And I'm not just talking to you. I'm sure there are other people who are new to trading. Don't second guess yourself, thinking, well, okay, I put that stop 10 cents away. It looked like a good support area on the chart. But now it's dropped down below it, but it's only 12 cents away. So I think I'll hold on. And now it's 15 cents away. Look, this is such a great setup. I read some news about the company. I'm sure this is just a momentary blip. It will go back up. Now it's down 20 cents. So now you've basically doubled your loss. And you can see what happens. It goes down 30 cents, 40 cents, and finally you can't stand it anymore and you sell. So the $100 manageable loss has now turned into a $400 or $500 loss that you're now absolutely kicking yourself. So you'll rarely see me take big losses, in terms of, I can't remember the last, listen, sometimes, you want to put a stop in but I can't remember the last time it's happened to me that it just blows right through the stop. Like horrible news hits and it just blows right through the stop. You can't get out where you want to. I can't remember the last time that happened to me. The other thing to do or not to do is, okay, so you did manage the first loss well. You had a $100 limit on what you were willing to lose. You lost it. Then you start to think to yourself, well, maybe the next trade I should risk $200 because, if I make it, then I'll make up that $100 loss and I'll be 100 to the good. And you know what happens? You lose 200. So now you're down 300. And on and on and on. Capital preservation is paramount, really. You've got to preserve your capital. You will not be right every trade. Yeah, I know it sounds counter, but William, he's not being funny. You have to consider that every trade you go into, you could lose. So you have to have a get out. Where am I going to get out of this trade? Now, swing trading is a little bit different. You still have a stop, but typically your stops are going to be a lot wider because you're looking at daily charts and you're going to put stops at areas on the daily chart, which if you look at the current price of getting into a stock on the current day's price, your stop will be it could be the low of 3 or 4 or 5 days ago. It depends on what the chart looks like. So, but you're still the principle is still the same. You will be having a manageable loss. So, hopefully, and your loss is always going to be how much you're going to risk per trade. Will have a direct correlation to your account size. Obviously, you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade if you have a $5,000 account. Okay, from the YouTube feed, proper planning prevents poor performance. Yeah, and that's off topic too, guys. Okay, it's really off topic. So it's again, try to, unless it is stocks, take everything else off topic. And yeah, we don't get political in this room. I didn't think that wasn't bad political. It is great. I saw you mention this as a potential short reel. I didn't think I was doing my video, or yeah, right there. I was just starting my video. All right, so Krish, the question. Okay, so Krish in the YouTube room asked a question, and let me just show you. So you notice if you don't have these three, you don't. You can have the stop price too, but if you don't have at least these two columns, the re-entry time and the re-entry price, um, please add them, as the columns. Because what can happen is this. You notice that there's a re-entry price for every single one of the alerts. Now, this price is just halfway between the entry and whatever the stop is. So 31.58, 31.19, well, that's a pretty tight stop. So 31.38 would be the re-entry. Excuse me. Now, the only way you get a trigger, notice that the re-entry time column is blank. So the only way you do get a trigger is if at some point the stop was hit, the stop price was hit. So 31.19. So if that was hit and then the price came back to 31.38, you would get an alert, you would see the time, and you will get a sound alert. Okay? So you do get it, if you get a reversal, if that's what you mean. That's the only time though. Just one moment, please. Okay, so, well, but Chris, you see, there's no correct. Okay, there is no correct. I mean, if you're talking with the AI, I mean, to me, there's some obvious ones, but there's no correct. I mean, look at all the columns that we have. Everybody is different. I mean, we have a ton of different types of columns. What I like to have may not be what you want, but I mean, I think some of the obvious ones, you want, you want the entry time. I mean, you want, even the segment doesn't matter, but of course you want the symbol. Is it a long or a short? The entry time, the entry price, the stop. Okay, I mean, there's some obvious, if you want to have the reason it got out, fine. I like to have the aggressive profit column so I can sort on it all day. And then these three. But that's me. You may want something different. So there's no such thing as the correct. But if you take a look at the columns, I mean, some, as I just kind of went over some of them, so I would say that some are obvious to have. I think they have too many columns, to be honest. I don't think that to be honest. I don't think that a lot of them, I think, are unnecessary, but give me a moment, please. So Chris, I mean, if you wanted mine, I unfortunately I can't share it. It doesn't collaborate. But if you wanted it, you could just take a screenshot. Hopefully you can read the entries or the column headers. You could take a screenshot, and if you wanted to duplicate it, you can go ahead and do that. I'm not saying this is the be-all and the end-all, but so let me know if you wanted to do that. In fact, I think I can do that. Let me see if I can paste that in. Just a second. See if this works. Yeah, that didn't work. So okay, you can take a screenshot then, okay? But you see, everybody is different, Krish. There's so many different styles of trading. You know, I mean, if you're a momentum trader, you know, I'm a momentum trader. That's why I like to see stocks near the high and low of the day. You know, I mean, you could just, if you just wanted as a new trader, just to follow my watch list. Okay. But again, it's not just a matter of taking the trade right at the entry or at the alert. It's you know, taking a little look around, seeing what's happening, what's the market doing. But at least it gets you to focus just on a few trades a day. Look at this move for General Electric, guys. What a move. I mean, you know, I keep to emphasize the fact that this is $8 billion in the float. That's a huge move. And I don't know. So Barnes Group links or inks long-term agreement with GE Aviation. That is the news. I don't know who the Barnes Group is, but obviously actually, Krish, if you're following, okay, obviously you can see my screen. So there are some built in. I mean, you know, I do share a lot of scanners, but if you right click on an alert window, look at WVE. Oh, if you're right click on an alert window and then click on configure, and then you see where it says strategies? So we've got bullish strategies. You hit the little plus sign. Bullish strategies, bearish strategies, they're just the flip. I don't think I've ever looked at neutral strategies. So we do have some built-in strategies that you can take a look at. That is really old. Those are really developed almost from day one. This company's been around since 2003. Wow. Yeah, there are all these. If you click on my home page, so if you click on my homepage link, then you're going to see the 20 lessons, of course. That'll give you some basics. And then if you go to the educational video section, you know, a lot of educational videos there. Well, this has been a fast day for me anyway. Yesterday really, for me anyway, it really dragged. So 2 o'clock, yeah, we're getting up to the minutes, I suppose, or announcement, whatever. I doubt very much is going to have any impact. What I do is about a minute before I put the SPY up, put a 1 minute SPY chart up. Well, the brokerage plus window will not get you an alert at all. You know, I mean, other than, you know, you click on a symbol and then adding it in here, but that's totally in the simulation. You won't get any information. All that information is basically user defined about entering and exiting a trade, other than the AI, I suppose, if you have our premium service. But I don't think that's really going to help, because if you have the AI service, then you're going to see the entry and you're going to see the stop. So it'll be up to you, you know, to figure out how many shares you're going to. I mean, you don't get so many of them. It'd be a quick math, you know, to figure out how many shares you're going to take. Yeah, this is a PC-based program. I mean, there are ways you can use it if you have a Mac. Obviously, you can use the web-based version, but most at Trade Ideas, people who have Macs at Trade Ideas, they use Parallels or something like that, emulation. No, it isn't. I mean, you don't have. Well, it depends. I mean, if you don't care about Brokerage Plus, if you don't care about simulation trading, if you only have one monitor, I mean, it's almost the same then. You know, there's no linking, so you know our linking tool that allows you to click on a link or on a symbol, and it loads automatically into your brokerage platform, so you don't have to type symbols in all day long. You can't do that either in the web-based version. Not We don't have that many of our customers that use TradeStation. The majority of our customers still use Interactive Brokers. Wow, this is an interesting MIRC, is that MIRC? MRC over the whole number. And again, look left, look how much room there is. And a nice little break over the whole number, not bad volume. Well, I didn't think we didn't link with Lightspeed. Do we not link with Lightspeed? I thought as long as you run both programs in run in administration mode, I think that we link with it. If you're not, but don't confuse linking with Brokerage Plus. You know, we have a special arrangement with Interactive Broker. Well, when I say we, I mean Brokerage Plus has this arrangement so that you can, yes, you can use this Brokerage Plus in order to trade your Interactive Brokers account. Yes, I know we're trying to add more brokers. We've been saying that for months. When it happens, great. But linking in general, though, is just a time saver. Tools, external linking, you know, it's just a time saver. Just follow the rules, add a link. Typically, you know, for Lightspeed or something like that, I have no experience with Lightspeed, but you know, you just put it in the order entry box. But I think you have to run both programs in administration mode. Oh, if you're talking about Brokers Plus, yeah, I would say no for Lightspeed. It's not on the radar at all. Boy, another one. Look at this. Is this another energy play? Tallow, Talo. Look at the room it's got on the daily chart. I would have liked to have seen some volume come in. Okay, I'll put the SPY up. I'll put a 1 minute SPY chart up just for fun. Used to do this all the time. Recently, it just hasn't mattered. All right, so here we go. There's the SPY. Let's see what sort of reaction we get. First reaction is, first 5 minutes generally doesn't tell. You can get a big green candle, followed by a big red candle, followed by a big green candle. Another 10 seconds to go. Look at WVE. Hope some of you got this. I mean, it's even a nice break right there on the 15s. All right. Okay, initial reaction. Here we go. Okay, we got ourselves a nice green candle so far. As I say, the first reaction usually takes a while before we get a direction. Could be 5 minutes. What do they want? -1? Well, it's the Fed. Yeah, it's the Fed meeting. minutes, or maybe I never remember. It's the announcement, 2 o'clock, once a month. They come out with this, their meeting minutes, etc. I don't know if there's something at 2:30. It's usually saying, okay, we're going to leave interest rates the way they are, or they're going to bump them or drop them. That's usually the news. Okay, so 2 minutes in, obviously the market reacting positively so far. At least 3 years. Okay. All right, guys, I think that's enough. Yeah, nice little move for a rocket. I guess off that news, rates are remaining unchanged. Sting, yeah, just looking at Sting here. Well, what's the high yesterday? The high yesterday for VXRT was 758, so that's some room, I suppose. Yeah, 30 odd cents till we get to that high. Okay, let's take a look at STEP. Well, this is, for the people behind, this is one of the most boring IPOs we've seen in a while. Figure out what they do, what they're trying to do anyway. I can see why. It's pretty boring. We're a global private markets investment firm focused on providing customized investment solutions and advisory and data, blah, 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 to our customers. Okay. So it's not an exciting little bio. Look at DPHC. I mean, if you can handle these intraday swings, yeah, I second that reel, absolutely, for regarding paradox. What a move. Look at this move for DPHC, but $1. Just like that. DPHC, one of the famous SPACs. Look at this move here. Give me a second, guys. Just arranging some things on my other monitors. I do remember that paradox, yes. So it seems like years and years ago. All right, let's take a look at some of these, see what's happened since the alerts. These are another little energy play. So 950. So this dropped a little bit. It was General Electric 661, got up to 682. LQDA 607. What did it get up to? Nothing much. TGH, I think probably hit it. Well, this was already up here, 1458. Yeah, this could be a real sneaky one. It's not a low float. MRC, it's not a low float. 77 million in the float. Just kind of resting a bit here. Like to see a volume pop. Oh, nice one. 622. Now at 637. Tallow still has room. Tallow. Plab. 997. Wow, it's got room too. Well, room to about 1040, 1050. PLAB. Don't like this one so much. It's too choppy on the daily. Of course, Oxy has just been, I was looking at this as a surefire short a few days ago, breaking down under 10. Has maybe $1. There looks like there's some pretty good resistance around 1270-ish. Wow, now it's over 19. I mean, it still has room. Hard to believe, but it still has room. Even after a move from 10 to almost 20, it still has room. Where would I short JetBlue? Didn't see what happened after those initial pops. Well, I have to admit, it's held. I would not be looking to short this one, to be honest. Stop it. It would have to move. Right now it's consolidating nicely. It's putting in slightly higher lows, so it would have to, for me, it would have to break under 13. How are the rest of them doing? Is today finally going to be a day? Man, maybe today's finally a day in which the airlines kind of hold. There's the ETF. So we had that big move, but we didn't have the big drop that is normally we get with these airline stocks intraday. Okay, probably just a little too promotional on the SRNE, okay? Don't take offense. Let's take a look at it though. It's a great move by the SPY. Look at this big 45-minute move. Well, 30-minute move. This is just a minute into that 15-minute candle. Another little energy play, Range Resources, sorry, Range Resources, RRC. So many stocks in that sector look like this. You know, the bit of chopping around and then with a nice green candle today so far. Murphy Oil, probably another one. Wow, look at this. I mean, this is another stock. Now, this probably was getting beat up for other reasons. I mean, this was a really, a really deep dive. And now it's just like a lot of the energy stocks and the market itself. But remember, while the market was doing this, these stocks were doing this. So there's no market correlation, overall market correlation. Give me a moment, please. I'm just setting something off to Twitter. Whoops. Definitely on the move. You hit it on the, yeah, I mean, Sorrento, definitely on the move. SRNE. Another one that just got beaten up horribly, a lot like the INO, by the short sellers that said, you know what, this amounts to nothing. It's a virus play, I believe. Of course, it must be. And they're saying this amounts to nothing. Okay, guys, iPod may be starting to make a little move here. iPod from yesterday, IPOB. Give me a moment here, guys. I'm just doing some housekeeping. Okay. Checking to see how these ones have run. See if the tallow kept running. Not bad. Nothing really on this one yet. The MRC, just basing. I'm going to stick an alert right here at 613. See if it takes that out, but as always, on volume. See if it takes out that high right there on volume. This has some room. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that had such a fantastic day yesterday. I think it's still negative for the day. If I type it in right, I know I'll get the symbol. Yeah, it's still down for the day, but it's one of these, tomorrow, maybe it just explodes out of here. I don't know. I mean, I just don't know. Another one of these SPACs. Okay, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute for about 4 minutes. All right, guys, we just have a halt here also. SBE just got halted. SBE just got halted. Let's see, the volume. So it really wasn't trading at all. SBE. So this is, okay, guys, this is one of those SPACs. Didn't realize it. It's one of those SPACs. So what are they doing? Are they saying they're going to be taking, who are they trying to merge with? Sava. Well, Sava was certainly beaten up the last few days. Or yesterday, a little bit. I mean, it's, to me, it's a tough one. We have a huge bottoming tail, a pretty big topping tail. It, to me, it's hard to gauge a direction, but I mean, if it takes out 740, but you know, with these bios, you always run the risk of them springing a financing or something on you. Not saying it's going to happen, but yeah, exactly, Tank. That's why I'm intrigued by it. A new real estate model, no low interest rates, of course. So another one, Outfront Media. Boy, look at these moves. OUT. Okay, see if I can get any news on this one. ChargePoint nearing deal to go public through reverse merger. ChargePoint. So that's the news. There's actually news on this. Actually, this candle looks bigger than it. Well, it's still a big candle, but I thought it was more dramatic. I thought it was multiple, but it's only up $1, a little over $1. So anyway, this is another SPAC, guys, and there was no volume at all until that happened. Yeah, Real is talking about this one. Maybe just basing here. Not quite a red bar ignored. Well, why don't you tell us the three other stocks before you leave, Paradox? You've teased us. Listen, they don't have to move. Don't worry. We're not going to come at you tomorrow if they don't. Okay, so now SBE. Wow, look at this. This probably get halted again. Look at this. Just be another. I don't think I've really seen this SPAC before active. I mean, look at it. You know, it's done nothing over the days and weeks. Nothing. Like this looks like this is when it first started to, yeah, this is when it first started to trade as SBE about a year ago, a little over a year ago, SBE. So it really did nothing. Then out of nowhere, ChargePoint nearing deal to go public through reverse merger with Switchback Energy acquisition. Well, I don't know what ChargePoint is. Doesn't sound like it's an energy play, but it doesn't matter. Oh, okay, okay, that makes sense then. ChargePoint Energy. All right, I'll give you the connection. Actually, not a terrible spread, 81.88. Be interesting to see where this ends up. There you go. Thank you, Locutus. I knew if I threw that out there, we'd get some answers. So I'm sure William meant, yeah, 1284. I wasn't sure if he was kind of pulling our leg and saying, I'm going to short it when it gets to 112, like it could. Well, Fred, I know you were just mentioning Jan 542 at 542. This is nice, nice call. Had time to get it too, and now it is popping and it is halted. Jan, Jan. I'm assuming you were in it, man. What a nice move. Another one that could be on the radar for tomorrow. I mean, Jan, the high looking left on that weekly chart last week is 630. There's MRC just inching its way up here. Was it on volume? No, it wasn't on volume. So as Real says, I have a rule. If this had been on volume, like a nice volume bar like that, or even that, I would have probably taken this trade, but it's just not on any volume. It may pick up, but what were the other two halts? Well, there have been several today, but SBE was the one right before it. SBE. SBE. It's resumed. If you're a subscriber, you can have this. Halts resumes. Is Bitcoin going to keep going up? Yes. I don't know. I haven't looked at Bitcoin for so long now. What do I think of NVCR as a short? Let's take a look. Well, again, it's something, it's sort of way outside of the price range that I look at. The low of today is 104. Like what are you seeing? I mean, other than, a little bit of a downturn, but I don't see like a huge pattern that's forming that would say, yes, I should be shorting this. This looks like it's held. The 105.56 looks like it's held. That bottoming tail is going down there. It looks like it's trying to recover. You're probably stuck though between 108 and 105. Oh, below the VWAP. Okay. I just don't know how much you'd get out of it. All right, guys, so getting close to wrapping up this session, closing the room at 3. This is my long day. I'm going to put the link in for the webinar if you guys want to attend it. I just help out text post-wise, not on the mic. Okay, and one last talk about subscriptions and some of the, I think, important links if you are going to become a subscriber. All right, so there you see the promo code right here, but if you click on my home page, the link right there for my home page, you will see I have some other links other than just the subscription link. So there's the Get Trade Ideas, Barry for Alpha, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. This is how much Trade Ideas costs. So we have an annual plan and a standard plan. Premium and a standard plan on an annual basis. Premium is $22.68 a year minus that 15%, and the standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. If you're looking at the premium, it's because there are some other differences, but the big difference is right here. The AI alerts. You want to have access to them. It's been a pretty darn good day. Even with the Mayo looking like a loss when it, obviously it wouldn't have been. But pretty good day on some of the more expensive stocks, 7%, 5%, 4.5%, on these stocks right there. So that is the reason if you're looking to get our premium service, it's because you want to have access to that AI. You don't have to start off with an annual plan. You can try us out for a month. There's our standard plan, 118 a month, less the 15%, or 228, less the 15% for the premium. Remember, that discount is only good for the first month. If you do decide you want to keep the program and you want to upgrade, we will honor the promo code, upgrading maybe from standard to premium or from a monthly plan to an annual plan. Trade of the week is sent to you. What is the trade of the week doing? It's probably doing not too badly considering the airlines. Yeah, so the trade of the week was live at $40, I believe. So, you know, nice little move so far through that 200 day. So this was the trade of the week this week, LUV. You can sign up for that. This is free. I've already done my recap. You can sign up here. And here are all the education that we have. 20 lessons in 20 days. I'd like to pop that link in also on its own. "20 lessons in 20 days, the daily support sessions in YouTube between 12 and 1. Of course, the room, the free trading room, the daily webinar. So here's where you can sign up. The webinar that I'm going to be involved in this afternoon at 5. They are Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern. They're all free. And the educational videos. So lots of good stuff on my homepage, if I do say so myself. And I do want to put this in here. 20 short lessons. Yeah, last week's trade of the week is working well. Again, these trades of the week, they come to, yeah, very well. Wow, up $7. Nice, nice, nice. I don't know if it triggered last week. Triggered late in the week, Thursday, thank you. Just sign up for it. Now, for some people, and I have no idea why, for some people, even though you sign up for it, so John, all you have to do is, again, click on my homepage link right there. Click on that. And then get the trade of the week delivered to your inbox. Now, for some people, it doesn't show up, and I have no idea why. It's a crazy one. It might be the browser you're using, but it will show up at about let's say 45 minutes before the market opens on Monday in your email. Okay. Now, if it doesn't show up, just come into the room, Monday morning before the market opens, and I'll certainly be talking about it. But the trade of the week, it gives you an entry, tells you when they suggest you should get in and where your stop should be. After that, you manage it on your own. It's possible it's going to spam, but I think others who have tried, they say they check their spam. Some have said they just changed their email or create a new email address or change the browser they're using. I really don't know. I don't have a clue why that should be happening. But again, if you want to be sure you get it, just in fact, what I'm also going to do, just have to remember to do it. If you sign up for my Twitter account, and all I do I have very inactive. Well, I post the pre-markets and I post my trading room recap. That's all I do on Twitter, nothing else. But I think if I can remember to do it, I will also post the trade of the week Monday morning before the market opens. So that's at bbrun44. No, that is not where I sing. What? I mean, the market actually goes down a bit. So we had one, two, three. We had 45 minutes straight up, and then in the last 15 before this candle, we finally had a little bit of a sell-off, and now we have a red bar. This G triple I was sneaky good. 1507. No, actually, it's not a big float. I always think that this one is a big float, but it is not a big float. 42 million in the float. So there was the alert. 1507 got up to 43 or so. So I would call that sneaky good. So are you talking about this window here, John? Okay, yeah, simple. So have you got it loaded? Have you got it up and... No. Okay, well, so from the toolbar, just click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. The strategy trades window, not the strategy window, but the strategy trades window. Okay, once you've done that, then you should see this, and then save the layout. Now it'll be part of your layout. So tomorrow morning, when you load trade ideas, this will be blank, of course, and then the alerts will fill up as the day progresses. Another little SPAC, CFFA. Obviously the trick to these ones, I mean, when will they make an announcement that they're going to merge with something? So you're forced to. I mean, I don't know what happened back here, but actually that's not that big a drop. It looks like a bigger drop than it was, but. And then out of nowhere, kind of like how did the SBE, did it continue? Or does it come right back? No, it doesn't come right back. Well, there's a big red bar in the SPY, guys. Boy, that's crazy. This looks like it's trying to wipe out the last hour. Hello, I'm going to really butcher your name. Huh, with that U there, it's confusing me. So I'm just gonna have to call you Jose. Okay, sorry. In YouTube. So if you're, did you have a question or? I can get the Vasquez, not bad, but I don't know. You've thrown me with that U there. Well, Energy's had like a nice 3-day run after being just trumped on. I mean, you can see many energy stocks look like this, not just these little ones. But what a, I mean, amazing! Look at this. I mean, all these days down, taken care of by these three. This is sort of the reverse escalator that we always talk about. You know, stocks go down faster than they go up. Well, in this particular case, I mean, look at this, just wiping out all of that. Well, I may not be able to help Jose. I don't know. It depends on the, you know, if it's some analyst talking about the market. I mean, I don't really follow any of that stuff. But you can post it out there. Just looking at some of the other stocks in that sector. Water looks like the most dramatic. I mean, look at these three. Look at these candles here. I mean, yesterday was, you know, a nice green candle, but dwarfed by these two, sandwiched. So what I'm doing here is I've got the similar. This is the similar. So right here, I just clicked on similar, and then I duplicated the window, put it here. So these are stocks in the same sector. How are they doing compared to their peers? Well, Eno was resting and now just made a new high. All right, guys, we're just about there. Are there any other questions before I wrap up? How is snow ending up here? Well, actually, it's settled down a lot. Okay, guys, I don't see any other questions, so thanks a lot for all the help. I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So have a great evening, everybody, and we will see you then.